Hammer gang. Cause we always hit the nail on the head. So check this out, my Miami Hurricane fans, my college football fans in general. We always hit the nail on the head. So check. So Miami played Duke. Great win. We're gonna get the show started in a little bit, but first, if you haven't hit that like button already, make sure you do so. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, do that. Do me that favor. Make sure you turn on the post notification bell so whenever I go live or post a video, y'all will get notified. And tell a friend to tell a friend. Anyways, Pope. I reached out to Pope to see if he was coming on today. I haven't gotten any reply from him yet. So if he does, then he'll join us later on in the show. But I got special guests with me, Gold and Blue Dude. I'm trying to make sure that he come on with me every Sunday because this is pretty much fun for the both of us. So without further ado, Gold and Blue Dude, what's going on with you, boss?
Just surviving another day, man. My team got whooped yesterday, but I love college football, so I'm not totally depressed.
Hey, man, it happens, man.
Yeah,
we got a great win yesterday, but I'm used to some whoopings too.
yeah.
But, let me see who all in here. Hurricane Millie say I'm here early. F it, let's go. Hey, that's what's up, man. Appreciate that, Hurricane. Maiden Day, make sure y'all subscribe, turn on the post notification bell, Hammer Gang. Yes, sir, man. Appreciate that, boss. Thank you. I hope everybody else is spreading the word like that.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, Kane for life? Kilo in the building. What's good with you, boss? Hammer Gang. What's going on, Jay Play? Oh, man. Jordan, what's good with you, Jordan? We got Nick in the building. What's going on, Nick? Hammer Gang. Yes, sir. What's up?
I like that tagline, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Scorpio Kane in the building. What's good with you, boss? And we got Panama Jack. What's good with you? Oh, he called you West Virginia. That's Gold and Blue Dude. I think Bo had to do some service this week. Yeah, I think so too. I had reached out to him. Normally he'll respond. So I'm thinking that he's in the line of duty or some kind of work or whatever. He'll hit me up later. But we can get this thing started. Eventful week in college football. We had some cancellations, and Miami was not a part of the cancellations for the first time in a long time. We played Duke yesterday, did a phenomenal job defensively and offensively. Both sides of the ball showed up. The defense played a complete game. Duke did not score a point. That's our first shutout, I think, since like 2001, if I'm not mistaken. So pivotal win for the Miami Hurricanes. Now Duke has beaten us the past two seasons in a row. So This was more of a revenge season. This was like, hey, let's just beat all the teams that beat us the year before, and in the past couple of years, minus Clemson. But we still got two more on the list, which I want to say victims list. But until you play these games and get the W's, don't call anybody no victim because you might end up one. But anyway, we played North Carolina this week coming, and then after that, December 19th, while the ACC championship is being played, Clemson versus Notre Dame, because both of those teams won. Miami will be playing Georgia Tech. So we have the chance to actually play a full schedule in the ACC and the one out-of-conference game. And we have the chance to actually be 10-1. So this could be a 10-win season for the University of Miami and a New Year's Six Bowl. So let's just watch this play out. But I got confidence to think Miami will make all those accolades this season. New Year's Bowl, 10-1, you name it. What's going on with you, Gold and Blue Dude, man? What's going on with West Virginia?
Man, yesterday we got embarrassed. I mean, we go to Iowa State. I'm not an idiot. I did not pick West Virginia to even have a chance to beat Iowa State. It's in Ames. We suck in Ames, and Iowa State's really good this year. So I had Iowa State by 2 touchdowns. Well, it was even worse than that. We couldn't even score a touchdown. I watched the game. We actually moved the ball pretty well. We just couldn't put it into the end zone. So it was one of them days. You just gotta move on and hope for the best for the next game because we got Oklahoma coming into Morgantown on Saturday.
Hey man, get it done. That's all you got to do is just get it done. You know, I didn't see the score for y'all game.
42-6. 42-6. It was bad.
Man, who did y'all play?
Iowa State. Iowa State.
Iowa's been rearing their heads around, especially in the college football playoffs.
Yeah.
So they're not terrible, but damn, I would expect y'all to do a lot better than what you guys did. But
yeah,
it's college football. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I say FSU lose to Duke. I don't know what to say. I think did they reschedule that game? I thought Florida State called it quits for the year.
I did too, man. I was thinking the same thing you just said.
I thought Florida State called it quits for the year. I'm not sure if they were even playing any more games. I don't think they have enough players to.
Yeah, they bowed out.
Any game.
They bowed out.
If I was any team, I would not be making that trip to Tallahassee. They would have to come to us.
Hell no.
Simple. They would have to make that trip to us. I mean, we've seen 2 teams already get screwed out of combining $500,000. So, I mean, Dabo was very blunt about it.
Yeah.
If I was any team that's scheduled to play Florida State, I would have to have an insurance policy. Hey, if we come down there, you guys don't play, this money is, being put right back into our program. But you guys want to come to us and you want to, cancel when you get here, that's all on you.
Yeah, they try to punk teams out. I'm like, just be honest, be straight with people.
We got a question here for you. They said, who do you think would win the Heisman?
If the season ended right now, it would kind of be a toss-up between Kyle Trask and Mac Jones. I know to a lot of people that's like, no, it's Mac Jones. No, y'all have to – okay, think about this. Kyle Trask has thrown for at least 3 touchdowns the entire season. No other Florida quarterback has ever done that. And he just now set another record, 7 straight games of throwing at least 4 touchdown passes. Kyle Trask, man, he's definitely 1 or 2 in the Heisman race. I would say 1A and 1B between him and Mike Jones for sure. Not too far behind Trevor Lawrence at number 3.
Hold on a second. Let me share something with them because, it's Sunday. The NFL is going on. So let me keep the Dolphins score up on the board. So if anybody, watching and wondering what's the Dolphins score.
What about that Cleveland Titans game? That I am surprised at Cleveland. They are starting to look really, really good. Oh, y'all playing my team, Cincinnati. Dadgummit. No, Joe Burrow. We're going to lose. Miami got the W.
I'm not a Dolphin either. I'm not a Dolphin.
I'm definitely a Bengals fan, but we don't have Joe Burrow, so Miami should get the win easily on that.
Okay, so Miami versus Duke. Did you get a chance to watch that game?
Little bits and pieces, but it was such a blowout that I wasn't really too interested in it. It was definitely one-sided, definitely.
Yeah, I find to be in that same position. If it's not your team when you're watching blowouts, you tend to change the channel because it's not interesting. Yep. But I was totally tuned in. I was tuned in from the beginning to the end. I basically wanted Miami to win more than 48. I wanted Perry to come in and show some, show me something different than what happened. And even Matoka, I wanted Matoka to come in and did something other than just hand the ball off and take a knee. But I knew it was expected when it's like 3 minutes left in the game. We already got a blowout. They don't want to run the ball. They don't want to pass the ball. They just want to run out the clock and respectively end the game for Duke. But It is what it is. Perry came in. He didn't look too bad, but he didn't. I mean, but you can't really blame him. He hasn't played in forever, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. So we've been having close games in the past, 4 or 5 games. So we haven't seen much of Perry, and Tyler Van Dyke was out because of COVID reasons. So they did not travel, and like I said, for other people watching a blowout game, it's tough. It's
Yeah.
tough. If it's not your team, you're not gonna enjoy it.
Yeah. It is what it is, right? Hey, I
Yeah.
wanted to get your reaction on something because I just saw breaking news. Shane Beamer has been hired at South Carolina for their head coaching position. What do you think about that?
Isn't he the tight end coach?
He was an offensive coordinator at Oklahoma, I believe.
I think he was the tight end. He was a tight end coach also. I forgot where.
Yeah.
Probably was Oklahoma. But
I think the
I
tight
mean,
end coach was actually under his dad at Virginia Tech, wasn't it?
I'm not quite sure. But I think that's a good hire for them because they do
Yeah.
need offense. They do need an offense.
I like it, and they're getting out of the Nick Saban former assistant tree branch. That's not real. They tried that before, and it's not, hasn't really helped. A lot of people wanted Hugh Freeze, but you're doing the same thing with a different coach. Get a young person who knows the offense and bring them in. I agree with you. I think that's a good hire for South Carolina.
Yeah, Jaden said I heard Miami bringing out the black unis versus North Carolina. North Carolina, I'm not sure, but it's either gonna be North Carolina or Wake Forest. We not playing Wake Forest. I'm sorry. Or Georgia Tech, because both of those are home games, and it's gonna be one of them. If it's not one of those games, then we probably won't see it unless they want to bring it out in the bowl game. But I'm still waiting to see the black uniforms.
But that's funny that you said that, man, because the bowl game, you've been keeping up with my bowl projections. I still have Miami making the Orange Bowl against Florida. I do think if that happened, that would be a great game to pull out the black unis in the Orange Bowl against Florida. Man, I really hope that matchup happens. I really do.
Yeah, I think so far right now that path is getting stronger each week. The Gators keep winning, Miami keep winning. Um, the playoffs is going to be pretty much set for Notre Dame and Clemson right now. They're
Yeah.
both they don't have no more games to play, so the next time you see them, it'll be in the ACC championship. So one of those teams would either beat each other by blowout or close game or whichever it may be, and then you'll see the playoffs between Alabama and Florida play out also. So
Yeah.
Texas A&M is still sitting there, hanging in there, trying to backdoor their way in, and then you have other teams like Cincinnati.
Even you guys.
Yeah, you got Cincinnati, you got us, and Georgia. Even though they don't really belong, but they're still in the mix. And
Yeah.
now Georgia and Miami, I don't see them going into the playoffs. To be honest with you,
Right.
the 14 playoffs, I don't see that happening unless it's just some major blowouts, like literally.
Yeah.
And then we'd have to hope for Texas A&M to lose, or even a Cincinnati to fall off. But I don't think they would give Cincinnati the nod to go in anyway.
Right.
But hopes is still alive, but it's dim to none. Hold on,
Yeah.
we click on the chat.
Think about this real quick though. What if this? I like to play the what if game all the time. All right. So what if Notre Dame beats Clemson? That would knock Clemson out of the playoffs, right? And then Alabama beats Florida. That knocks Florida out. So you have Alabama, Notre Dame in. Okay. So those last two spots. Let's say
Drop
Ohio
Ohio
State
State in there.
beat by Northwestern.
I don't see it happening, but hypothetically.
Yeah. What do you think?
So coming down to that last spot, so you'd have what options being Texas A&M, Georgia by a long shot. Cincinnati, if they feel, generous, want to put them in there. Um, to Miami and Georgia,
I like it,
and
man.
and right now they're sneaking up with the whole Big 12 with Iowa State
Yeah,
and whoever they play, but Iowa State got a long shot too.
yeah. I don't really see. I don't see Iowa State really posing a threat. I mean, there would have to be. I mean, I think Georgia. Wait, is Georgia's season done? Are they playing Vanderbilt?
They canceled one game. I think. Hold
Yeah.
on, let me check their schedule. Let me
I
pull
thought
it
they
up.
rescheduled Vanderbilt or something like that.
Well, I know their championship is on. I think it's on the 19th also.
Yeah,
So they would next week would be the only time they really have to play.
yeah. So they would have to lose two, and there's just, I mean, for Iowa State to get in, there would have to be some crazy, like, just out of this worse than you remember back in 2007, whenever the number two team kept losing and losing and losing, and lo and behold, West Virginia was the last number two team, and we lost. It'd have to be something along those lines where something just massively chaotic would have to happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up Georgia now. Um, it's not showing them playing. Yeah, they don't even have a game next week.
All right,
Oh,
so
actually, yeah, the Vanderbilt game. Oh, I'm in the wrong week. My bad. I'm actually in the wrong week. Let me see.
I'm not sure if they actually canceled it, but I thought they postponed it to the SEC championship week.
Yeah, they postponed a couple games.
Yeah,
Why is it in the pack? Okay, there we go. So Georgia would play Missouri this
uh,
December 12th. So
okay,
that game between Vanderbilt is literally pretty much gone.
okay.
Unless they would want to play it on the 19th. Let me
Yeah, I mean, you never know,
let me see
but
if they
it would still be a ton of what if hypothetical things. Right now, if things go as planned, it looks like the teams will be Alabama, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Clemson. Like those are your four
okay,
players.
so they would reschedule that to the 19th. So Georgia would play Vanderbilt on the 19th.
All right, so they have two more games.
Yeah, if
Okay,
they end up playing them.
right. I got you.
Where we at? Where we at? Sergeant AR-10, what's going on with you, boss?
He's a good dude
Sergeant,
right there.
yeah, Sergeant AR-10, I normally bring him on when we do the breakdowns. He'll break down the SEC because he's a Georgia fan and he
Yeah,
keeps up with the SEC a lot more than I would. And he'll know a little bit more about them than I would.
right.
All
Yeah,
right.
he's a good dude anyways.
Lenore's in the building. What's going on with you, Lenore? Trying to catch caught up a little bit.
You got a good base over here, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate everybody that come in. Hit the like button,
Oh,
subscribe
yeah.
to the channel. Chop it up in the comment section. Appreciate all y'all. Jalen Johnson, what's going on with you, boss? You say, imagine talking about the Jets in 2020. Yeah, the Jets,
Man,
terrible, terrible. They're
what
going
happened
for
then today?
they're going for that undefeated. They're going for that defeated schedule, actually, not
The
undefeated.
over schedule?
Yeah, make it a 0-16.
Mm, not good, not good.
Oh, man. Hold on, they say Lingard. Oh man, we still talking about Lingard. Lingard wasted himself. Yeah, going to Florida was a bad idea for Lingard. If
Yeah,
if you think about it, Lingard was here at Miami. He would be sharing snaps with Cameron Harris, and then Jalen Knighton and Don Chaney would be third and fourth, and wherever Robert Burns would fit in if he stuck around. Then Lingard right now the kind of season that Cam was having, he could have actually outshined him if he put the work in. and actually been running back number one. Because I mean, yesterday Cameron Harris had a phenomenal night, but the past couple games before that, ever since the Florida State, ever since the Clemson game, we haven't gotten much out of Cameron Harris. So Lingard could have possibly been, running back number one, depending on how he was doing. But it's crazy. He chose to go to Florida, and now he's like what, fourth or fifth string. That's
Yep.
that's tough.
That's
Miami, Florida. Thank you, boss. Yes, sir. How confident am I about getting Jake Garcia? Um, Him decommitting from USC, that's a big move. That's a step in the right direction for Miami in terms of actually, landing him. Now, percentage wise, it's from what I'm hearing, the schools that are probably on the top of the radar would be Alabama, Florida State, and Miami. And even USC, they're still actually in the mix, even though he decommit. Because like I say, when somebody decommit, that does not mean they don't end up going there. So I'm looking at four different schools. That's a possibility. And now I'm even hearing they're throwing teams like Auburn in the mix. But I'm thinking Jake Garcia to Miami is right now the one that makes the most sense. We've been going after him for so long. Miami fans has been, going crazy to get this dude. So I think our chances are high. If we don't land them, then it is what it is. We'll do what we always do: go into the transport or grab somebody if we
yep.
need to, and that's that. But Jay Garcia, until he signs his name to any school, whether it's early signing or regular signing day, we just got to wait it out and see. But my chances, I think our chances is pretty high. I would say 90% or a little bit, maybe even 95% of getting them, but you never know. At one point, he was saying Miami was a 5% chance, so it is what it is.
Yeah, people forget that these guys are super young. They're still easily influenced by their relatives, friends, and the recruiting people that come after them. So you really never know until they actually put on the hat where they're going to go. I mean, they could change their mind from one week to the next, and you're super confident in this week, and then the next week he completely flips. You're like, what happened? But it is what it is. It happens all the time.
All right. Miami boy, what's going on with you? Oh, CJ had said what up. He said T2Y Mountaineer, what's up, guys? So you got a Mountaineer name, which is not it's not
How many
bad.
is that?
That's
Like
the team's
three
name.
different names? That's like three different names now.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look at Miami boy. He spelled mine's all over the place. He's like Y2Y. I didn't even catch that.
I've done Y2T before.
Yeah, man.
Backwards.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like I told them guys in the last show,
Y2Y.
it's gonna be Hurricane Thanos, 2021. Hurricane T2Y will wrap up, and Hurricane Thanos will take over.
There you
So,
go.
2021, I think Miami's gonna come out with a more strong and in your face kind of team. So I'm gonna come out strong and in your face on all the teams that we play. So Hurricane Thanos is ready to snap some fingers on some teams next season. But for now, I'm gonna stay humble.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. I like the T2Y, but whatever your gut tells you, man, that's what you go with.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep T2Y incorporated,
Okay.
and I'm gonna keep you know I might even incorporate Pinecone because a lot of fans, especially from Uncle Lou's channel, they know that name as Pinecone. So I might throw that in there somewhere. Throw it
Right.
throw it on the channel so when people do search Pinecone, they'll find me. Because a lot of them probably don't even know Pinecone is Hurricane T2Y.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people that don't know the tagline game, they don't realize that even whenever you're switching from one name to the next, if you keep your old name as a tagline and they search your old name, it still brings you, to
Man.
you. Doesn't matter what your name is, as long as you keep that tagline.
Hurricane. Miami boy say ignore the last emoji. So I'm like, what are you talking about? So then I go back up and I see,
Oh man.
yeah, man. You know how many times that happened to me? I'll be like writing something. I meant to hit the laugh button twice, the laugh emoji twice, and next thing you know, boom! I got a kissy face or something on there.
You know what's funny though is I wouldn't even known it until he said, "Don't ignore the last one." I was like, "Oh,
Yeah,
wait a
I
minute, go
didn't.
back and look at the
I
last
looked at
one."
the comment at first, but I didn't notice it.
Yeah,
It's like one of those things when they be like they wrote something and they spell all the words wrong, but you read it so fast that you actually
yep,
understood what it meant, and then
yep,
somebody will write something under it like you read that whole sentence wrong.
yep.
Go back and like, oh shit.
That's exactly what happened. Thanks for giving us the heads up, man. We needed that laugh.
You say I think the Big Ten schools have the best O line recruits. Especially I'd say especially teams like Wisconsin. Those their O line is always top notch. If they had the offense to actually back that up, though, they would be championship, challenging contenders every season.
I think as far as consistency goes, I would actually have to give the nod to the SEC because if you think about it, the Big Ten, okay, even Ohio State, they do not have a good offensive line this year. They're still trying to figure that out. It's decent, but it's not great. Wisconsin, I mean, they protect their quarterback fine, but the running game is horrific. And then I think Northwestern has one of the best offensive lines in the Big Ten. But if you think about the SEC, you got Alabama, Auburn usually has a good offensive line, Texas A&M, and then on the other side, Georgia, a good offensive line. Sometimes Florida. I just think as far as consistency goes, I have to give the nod to SEC.
Yeah. Um, Speaking of the SEC, do you think Florida has a chance in that game versus
Against
Alabama?
Alabama? No, I really don't. They are. Here's what's going to kill Florida: their pass defense. They have a great offense and an okay run defense. It's a bad pass defense, and that's why you remember back whenever Florida played Texas A&M. People don't remember Texas A&M was ranked 21 when they played Florida, so that was an upset. But I picked Texas A&M because of Florida's passing defense, and that's Alabama's going to make Florida look silly, man. It's going to be bad. I'm telling you, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I mean, Florida play LSU next week too, so we'll see how they look against them, and then Alabama play Arkansas, which I think that'll be also another blowout. So I think Florida and Alabama walks into that championship game, convincingly. But
And
it's
that's why I like that matchup with you guys. If Florida and Miami get to the Orange Bowl, that actually favors you guys a lot because of Florida's passing defense. Miami has a great defense. Probably the weakness for Miami is their run game, but it's really not that weak. That's not saying it's weak, but it's their weakness. For Florida,
like I said, I
it's
agree
their
with you.
passing defense. I think Miami would win by 2 touchdowns over Florida. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a good game with them. It's gonna come down to the wire. That's what I'm thinking. But I mean, yeah, run game wise, we have struggled. I mean, a lot of us can see it too that we do call a lot of the same run plays over and over.
Inside, inside,
Especially,
inside, inside.
yes, exactly. See, I don't even have to say it. You're not a Miami fan, and you already see it also. So
Yeah.
you know, we run the ball up the middle a lot, and we have not really been successful doing that. It's most of the successful runs that we had came from us taking the ball to the left or the right.
Yeah.
Mostly on the right side.
Well, it looks like to me, and y'all have a good coach. This is not saying that y'all have a bad coach, but he's going to realize You got to set up stuff. Like in order to set up the inside run, you got to run it to the outside. In order to set up the outside, but you have to set yourself up on both sides. You can't just run it up the middle, and hopefully, one of these runs will bust it for a big one. It's not like that at all. And even incorporating the passing game and your quarterback, De'Aaron King, have him doing RPOs a lot. That would open up those runs in the middle a lot more because those linebackers would be looking on the outside a lot more, and that would give you much more space and much more gap unsoundness on the defensive side. And it doesn't matter who you're going against. Somebody with a great passing defense, you can still, try to fool their linebackers by acting like you're going to run that same play that went to the outside and then run it up the middle. Linebackers are going to the outside, and boom, a good run for 10, 15 yards. So that's my opinion. It's not that Miami's bad at running. It's just that they keep calling the same run play over, or the same direction, I should say, over and over. And obviously the defense is going to figure it out. It's not like, we're going to fool them maybe on the fourth or fifth try. So they figure it out, and then that's why the run game gets bogged down. You have to keep the defense guessing, especially if you're going to run the ball as much as Miami wants to run the ball, because Miami does want to run the ball. It's just they don't set themselves up. You have to set yourself up. You can't just hope that pounding and pounding and pounding is going to create something. And I like what Kilo's saying too. We had a nice pass rush. It would help with create turnovers.
Right. I mean,
but Miami
is
pretty decent at creating turnovers, anyways.
Yeah, yesterday, like I was telling everybody in my preview video for the Duke game, Duke has been a turnover machine for the whole season. Interception-wise, their quarterback threw 13 interceptions going into that game. He also had lost 4 fumbles. So, going into that game, I was expecting turnovers, and we came out with 5 of them. So, hold on a sec. CJ wants to join. Yeah, so we went into that, knowing that their quarterback, knowing that that team has been giving up a lot of turnovers, and we capitalized on it. Our defense stood up. We blitzed a little bit more heavy. Tackles were on point. We wasn't missing tackles for the first time in a long time. We haven't missed. I don't think I recall us missing any tackles during that match. So, and our defensive line was getting a lot of disruptions in the backfield, especially Quincy Roche and Jalen Knighton. They was getting in there. So, it was a total. Our defense totally dominated that game.
Yeah, I think what Kilo was saying. Now that I've really looked at his comment and thought about it, it kind of makes sense, because if you look at Miami's defense, who creates the most turnovers for Miami's defense? It's the linebackers and the secondary. I think what he's saying is, if y'all can get more of a pass rush and either strip the quarterback or make him rush his throw, Miami would be able to create even more turnovers, and that does make sense.
Yeah, and I want to keep in mind too that this was a bad Duke team. We not to mention that we was down 15 players going into this game, but this was a terrible Duke team. They was 2-7 coming into this game, and for us to blow them out the way we did, that shows that, hey, we're not playing down the competition, which has been an issue for a minute. So for us to go in there and blow them out, not even let them score, that just shows you, hey, keep this up and keep it moving this way. This is the standards for teams that are lesser than us and less talent. This is how we're supposed to be beating them. Not saying we're gonna get shutouts every time against a lesser opponent, but 21 points or more when we're favorite by 24 or something like that, that's more acceptable. But we was a 15-point favorite in that game. We won 48. So, stuff like that. But when we are favorite by 14 and we beat teams by 3 and stuff like that, that's not going to cut it.
Yeah.
So hopefully
Basically,
going forward,
do what you're supposed to do.
yeah, exactly. Win the games that we're supposed to win by blowouts or whatever, and close games. Try to pull one out if we're the underdogs. Also,
Right.
what's going on with you, CJ?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
All right, all right. What's going on with you, man? What's on your mind?
I mean, that was a nice win, nice blowout, but we should have been doing that. It
Right.
shouldn't have been just that one game against 2-7 Duke team. We should have been doing that way before now. But I mean, it's a great win. But the consistency, if we can be more consistent like that, that'll be great. But we up and down, that game don't mean nothing because
Right.
we can be great against Duke, but then come around and be trash against North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, great win. Woo, 2-7 Duke. That's good. Well, come on, what the consistency is. We got to see that. Without that, this win means nothing. Like we go to a bowl game, we win by what 3 points, or we might lose depending on who we play. But if they're not consistent, they just up and down like a roller coaster. Then like what does Duke win mean? You know what I'm saying? We did the same thing against Florida State. You see how we came out 3 games, a 5 win, a 3 win, a 1 point win, and now we get another blowout like we did Florida State. You see the inconsistency right there? That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But we,
Hurricane Kilo say, "I want our recruits to see us dominate in games we're supposed to dominate in." Only people kept talking about, whether we look good in the cold. Yeah, we definitely. I mean, throughout the whole week, everybody been saying we don't play well in cold, which in the past we haven't. But Miami went up there and handled business. I don't think it was that cold, but we handled business nonetheless. And our recruits are seeing this. I follow a lot of the recruits that we have on hand and ones that we're going after on Twitter. So trust me, they are seeing this and they're tweeting it. Even Caleb, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, he was like his tweet last night was like, "It's great to be a Miami Hurricane," and he
Yeah.
hasn't even signed yet. So these recruits, they're seeing it. That's what they want to see. I mean, it is what it is. And speaking of recruits wise, the decommit from Savion, uh, it's going around that Miami actually, was moving away from him. But we've been hearing rumors of that for a long time. But apparently, it's come to reality.
Yeah. Hey, think about this. They asked Dabo Sweeney, I think it was last year, about building a successful program. And he described the levels that you got to go through. And if you start at the bottom, you're starting out with you bad, you stink, you can't win. And then you move up to the next level where you're competitive, but you lose close competitive games. Then the next level, this is where I think Miami is. You're at the level where you're good, you're beating teams, but you're not dominating them yet. So I think you just need a little bit more patience. I mean, if you go back and you look at the entire season, Miami's 8-1. That's a pretty stinking good season. And if you come out and handle North Carolina and Georgia Tech, that's a 2-win season, like you said earlier. And sure, there's a couple of games in there where Miami didn't look all that great. They came out with a 1-point win or a 3-point win. Well, look, as a West Virginia fan, we just got freaking blown out 42-6. I know we're rebuilding and we got a new coach and everything, but we've been playing pretty consistent. And then yesterday, we lay a freaking egg 42-6, and everybody, all the Mountaineer fans are on a ledge ready to jump off. So I think Miami. The point of this conversation is Miami is in a very good spot right now to where, even if you don't beat somebody as badly as you think you should beat them, you're still beating them, and that's the biggest thing that I'm seeing this year as far as Miami goes. Because in the past, I have I'll admit it, I have not trusted Miami as much as I trust them right now. I think I
Shaking
trust
the
Miami to beat North Carolina, especially at home if they're not mixing too many people. I mean,
you
you
taking
have,
it.
if you have too many people out, then it's going to be much more difficult. But if you have most of your key players and you're playing them at home. I think Miami should beat North Carolina by 10 points, 13 points, something like that. Then you move on to Georgia Tech, get yourselves a 10-win season, and then bada bing, you're in the Orange Bowl, and you're probably going to play Florida. And I think that's a good season in my eyes, especially as tough as the ACC is this year. The ACC is no joke. Everybody wants to talk about the SEC. The Big Ten is not good. The Pac-12 is trash. The Big 12 is, I mean, there's a lot of parity. That's about it. But I would say the SEC and the ACC right up there with each other. The ACC has a chance to get 2 teams in, and the SEC has a chance to get 2 teams in. But the ACC has a better – let this sink in. The ACC has a better chance of getting 2 teams in this year into the playoffs than the SEC. If that don't shut their mouths for this one year, nothing will. And I expect to see it. I think Clemson will beat Notre Dame. The SEC will get 2 teams in. And I live down here probably about 20 minutes from Clemson, so I live in Clemson. But I'm telling you, this is deep in the heart of SEC country, and you hear it all the freaking time. So anything to shut those guys up, I'm all for it. And I think Miami can beat Florida if they were to play them in the Orange Bowl. Really do.
It would depend on what team. It would depend on what team shows up to play Florida, though. That's the question. And
by the same token, what about Florida? You can't never tell what they're going to do. I mean, look at how Florida played against Vanderbilt, and look how Florida played against Tennessee. Completely different from how they played against other teams. It's just, I mean, and they lost to Texas A&M. I saw that coming though because they're pass defense. So even Florida, that's why I think Florida is a good matchup for Miami. I know Miami fans are worried about, which Miami team is going to show up. Same token, Florida, they're the same exact freaking way. They could come up, put up 600 offensive yards, 60 points, but at the same time, they can do what they did yesterday, and that's hardly nothing. So, I think a lot of fan bases are experiencing the same thing, and they don't even realize it.
Yeah, I think our chance against North Carolina, in the beginning of the season, everybody was more worried about that game. I think now, after seeing us play versus seeing them play, I think we're starting to see we're on a different level than we was last season, and they're on overrated kind of season. I mean, for God's sakes, they lost to Florida State.
And Virginia.
Thank you. So that's the kind of season they've been having, inconsistencies. Playing out.
They're a completely different team on the road. So the fact that y'all get North Carolina at home, that bodes very well for Miami.
And I wasn't going to tell y'all what really happened, but I'm going to tell y'all anyway. North Carolina, they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. They made a wish, and they went up 2 places. That's got to be what happened. They went up 2 places in the rankings after getting blown out.
I saw that. I was like, what in the world? They went from 6-2 to 6-3, and they went from 19 to 17. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
We win a game by a point, and we drop 3 spots. They lose a game by 14, and they move up 2 spots. So I'm lost. I see it. I see it, North Carolina. Y'all need to find a genie in a bottle, or y'all gathered them 7 Dragon Balls and y'all made a wish and y'all went up in the rankings. For us, this is gonna actually work out in our favor because now that y'all are ranked 17, you might go up again in this rankings coming up. So it's gonna be a better look for Miami.
Better win.
It'll be considered a better win. And our New Year's Six Bowl, chances are even greater.
Yeah, I really like y'all's path to the New Year's Six. I really do.
Man, I'm still puzzled. I wanna have like a sit down with the committee and find out how did that happen. Where did y'all see it fit to move North Carolina up 2 spots after a loss?
Yeah.
Where? And if please explain to me why Miami dropped after a win.
Well, the way I saw it, and the best way I can explain it is If you look at the playoff rankings week to week, I'm telling you, the playoff committee is thinking ahead. All right, so they're pretty confident. This tells you that they're pretty confident that Clemson is going to beat Notre Dame. So what do?
Mhm.
They make North Carolina look better. So that looks like a even better win for Notre Dame, so they can get to the playoffs. I'm telling you, they're thinking ahead whenever they're doing these rankings.
Yeah, they definitely try to get them in there.
Yep, 100%. Same thing with Ohio State. I mean, look at Indiana. I mean, Wisconsin, they are not good, and Indiana just lost their starting quarterback. What happens? They're like number 8 now. So that looks like a great, fantastic win for Ohio State, even though they only beat them by 7, and Indiana almost came back and beat them. That doesn't matter because now Indiana's number 8. So that looks like a wonderful win for Ohio State because they want the Buckeyes to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, see, you said the media hates the Canes. See that? I mean, the hate that Miami get when it comes to ratings, it's gonna be actually good for us because teams that are being hated on a lot, like the teams that are actually winning, those are the teams that get great ratings when it's on TV.
Yep.
And Miami, even when Miami is in a slump and losing, they still get great ratings on TV. So right now we're winning and we're going to be in that spotlight where a lot of Americans going to watch because they won, they hate us and they want us to lose. And the rest of Miami fans are pretty much worldwide, so they'll tune in also. So put Miami on the big screen, they're going to bring in the ratings. But next season come around, if we're winning and we're in that spotlight, it's going to be even better for us as fans. We'll get a lot more hate, but for us fans, we're used to the hate. So it is what it is, man.
Miami
Miami
has a
is a
great
big
brand.
name. Yeah, Miami is a big brand, big name. Hell, we're being called America's team anyway because of what we did in the 80s and early
Yep.
90s. So it is what it is. We haven't been playing great in the past couple of years to where we fit ourselves into like big games, but our name alone now when we're winning can put us in big games. And that's what you're seeing with teams like Georgia. You're wondering why Georgia's in the top 10. Why did they
Yeah.
put they got 2 blowout losses and stuff like that. When you look
No
behind
top 25 wins either. They don't have a single top 25 win.
yeah, so when you look behind the scheme of it all, look at it as a pandemic season where they're trying to make as much money as possible. So the big names that's going to draw in more money is where they're going to.
Yep.
So
I definitely agree with that. 100%, man.
yeah,
And they're not even trying to hide it. Like it used to be, it seemed like they were trying to dance around. Now it's just like, everybody with common sense can see it because they're not even trying to hide it at all.
now let's say let's talk ACC championship. Let's
Um,
say Clemson goes in there and blows out Notre Dame, like literally blow them out, beat them by 21 or more. Notre Dame is sitting at number 2 right now. They'll sit at number 2 for the rest of the season because they don't have no more games. Clemson don't have no more games either. So both of them will go in there where they at right now, 3 and 4. Is it 4 or 3? Actually, 2 and 3. Sorry.
2 and 3.
So Clemson blows out Notre Dame now. Do you think they'll keep Notre Dame in that top 4 or they'll push them out?
I don't know, man. I think they would want to keep him in. Man, I think you say the 21 points. I think if it's closer to 21, I actually do think they would keep Notre Dame in. Now, if it got into the 30s, something like that, then if Texas A&M is still sitting there with one loss, then they would probably bump Texas A&M in. But I think if Notre Dame keeps it within 3 touchdowns, I think they're staying in. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think if that's a close game, then Notre Dame will be in there, or even Clemson, either one.
What I found out is that the playoff committee has 4 SEC alumni and also players in the
Yep.
committee. So I would put it like this: even if Clemson do blow out Notre Dame or whoever, they're gonna try to find a way to put two SEC teams in, let alone a Big Ten team in to cover up the four places because the Pac-12 team is not doing nothing in their conference at all. So they're gonna have two SEC teams at the end of the day in there. I believe
Yeah.
Ohio State gonna definitely be in there. There's no question about it. As far
Yeah.
as that last little place in there, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be either Clemson or it's gonna be Notre Dame, and that's it. It's not gonna be no extra ACC team because it's too
If
many
you if you
alumni in that playoff committee.
if you look at it from a standpoint, Alabama's sitting at number one. They'll play Florida. Now, Florida. Let's say Florida win that game by a miracle.
Ooh.
So Alabama will probably drop from number one to four.
Yeah.
Then you'll have the winner between Clemson and Notre Dame. One of those guys will be in there.
Yep.
Ohio State will be in there, and then Florida, since they beat Alabama, they'll be in there. Now, if Alabama were to beat Florida, they'll stay at number one. Clemson or Notre Dame beat each other. One of those will be number two. Probably Ohio State at number three, or maybe
Yeah.
four. And that number three spot would probably be, well, Ohio State will be number three, and then you'll have Texas A&M sneaking in there. Or
I guarantee you that the committee, even though they don't think it's going to happen, I think that they want Notre Dame to beat Clemson, and that would give Clemson their second loss and knock them out. And then they would have Alabama, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and then bring in that second SEC team in with Texas A&M. I think that's what the other guest was talking about. I think they're wanting Clemson to lose and to bring in the other SEC team. So you'd have Alabama, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Texas A&M if Clemson were to lose, and that's what the playoff committee is wanting to happen.
Mm-hmm. They do, but it'd be funny. It'd be funny they try to fit three of those SEC teams in. That'd be funny. Like if Florida beat Alabama in the SEC championship, and then they keep Alabama in. Then also they try to slide in Texas A&M. That'd be kind of funny. They'll try to do that too now because it's SEC overruled in that playoff committee.
Yeah, and if somehow Florida were to win over Alabama, you'd have everybody beating everybody. Like you'd have Alabama beating Texas A&M, Texas A&M beating Florida, and Florida beating Alabama. And I guarantee you, in the committee's mind, that would make sense. All these three teams are so evenly matched out of the SEC. We have to slide all three of those in, and then we'll give the winner of the Notre Dame Clemson game the other spot. That would not surprise me at all if Florida were to somehow pull off the miracle and beat Alabama.
yeah, I mean, in the case that happened, then Alabama and Florida would still be in there,
Yeah.
and Notre Dame maybe, Clemson maybe, or you'll have Ohio State.
I always
Yeah.
thought the playoff committee was
Alabama.
like,
Now, when it comes to Alabama wise, as Miami, we got to keep an eye on Alabama because whatever product they put out senior wise that don't come back next season, those are the guys that we're going to be playing the first game of the season of 2021.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so whatever product that they put out, when it's all come down to the draft and players, leaving, then we'll find out who we up against,
Yeah.
next season. So we got to keep an eye on Alabama. If Alabama goes, through the playoffs, win it all like everybody is predicting, and they have most of those guys coming back next season, then we got a big challenge on our hands.
Yeah.
but the question is, who's going to be the starting quarterback for us next year? That's the question.
Yeah, I think Derek King is leaving.
Yeah, I think
So not if King come back next year. I mean,
I don't think he come
it's a
back, bro.
possibility right now.
I don't think he come back. Not after this season. He done broke too many records. I gotta give it to him right now. He doing a hell of a job. And I don't say that often.
We say all the more reason for 18 playoffs. What's y'all thought on the 18 playoffs?
Fact. I believe in it. Definitely believe in it.
Scorpio came with the $5 donation. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. He said just win the bowl game, win the bowl game to set up for next year. I totally agree with you. At this moment, we ain't playing for ACC championships. The bowl game is pretty much our prize and recruiting. So, win out, finish strong, show recruits that, hey, we're a program, that's looking great going into the future. Thank you for that, boss. Really appreciate it. That's a touchdown for the channel.
What if a miracle happened, like Miami getting there because Alabama do beat Florida SC championship? Texas A&M do take another loss in the regular season, and uh, Clemson take another loss by Notre Dame, and
Yeah.
Miami getting there by some chance. Like, what the possibility is? I mean, it's still up in the air now. Ohio State's still gonna be in the picture, as long as they don't lose. So, I mean, what if Miami could sneak in? It's a possibility, but it's a very slim to none.
I think they would put in Miami over Cincinnati. I think
Yeah,
y'all got
definitely.
that going for you. So if all those crazy things, I was thinking about this the other day. The playoff committee has made us believe that them creating this playoffs and letting 4 teams in the playoffs, this has been a dream come true, blah blah blah. When really all it is it was the first step to get to where it needs to be. College football is still the only sport that doesn't incorporating winning your conference into getting into a tournament style of a playoff. Like the NFL, even Division 1A college football, all that stuff, and they act like they're trying to keep.
CJ, turn your background down a little bit. It's starting to echo.
Mine?
No, CJ. Oh, he muted himself. Okay.
But they act like that they've done all of us this huge favor by starting this 14 playoff, and really it shows how much power they still have because they're still making all these crazy decisions for the teams that they want in. If they were to do the right thing, like every other sport does, and incorporate conference championships with at-large bids into, say, like an 8 or 12 team playoffs, I'm telling you, the arguments would start to go away, and the excuses of that's too many games is idiotic because you can always make that up by shaving it somewhere else. Say, the FCS opponents, get rid of those. Or, if you want to keep those, narrow down your conference schedule by 1 or 2 games. Nothing drastic, but make it doable and make it to where, truly the best team in the nation wins the daggum thing. And, surprise miracles are still possible.
Yeah, I'd love for it to be 18 playoffs. For one, it'll kill the whole 5 and 6 thing.
Yeah.
The whole either one of those teams, because sometimes you'll get down to the end of the season and you'll have like 2 or 3 teams in the 5, 6, and 7 position that either one of them could have a right to be in the playoffs when those guys play their championships and somebody lose. So it'll give it more room for less error. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But going from 4 to 8 is a big jump when it comes to bowl games and extra this and that. Because I mean, after the conference championships, which are normally on the 19th, and then New Year's bowl games and stuff like that, they would literally have to come up with more bowl games to fit that playoff system.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right about that.
More room for more money if the NCAA want to look at it from that standpoint, because that's pretty much the standpoint they always look at it from. Money. More money will be generated from an 8-player
exactly.
playoff.
I agree. Even a 16 where the 2 top seeds get a bye week, I think that would be, and people don't think it would be that massive of a jump because it's only 2 teams, but it really would, because you'd be giving those, the 2 top teams that bye, and then you'd have the next 4 best getting in, and even the difference from the 4 spot to the 7 spot is bigger than way up there when you go from 2 to 4. The farther you go down, the bigger the gap's going to be.
You said, T2, I know you're a LA Ram fan. Cam Akers just scored a second touchdown. Go Noles. Yeah, man. When it comes to the NFL, I don't care if you're a Seminole, you're a Gator, or anything. If you're on my team, I'm rooting for you.
There you go.
I got two Florida State Seminoles on my team right now that I know of. It's Ramsey and Cam Akers. So once they come to my team, hey, it's forget that they was a Seminole. They a Ram now.
That's right.
Yeah. What's your NFL team?
Mine's Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, you did say it earlier.
I think
you're Atlanta Falcon, ain't you?
So what?
You're a Falcon, ain't you?
Listen, let me tell you something about NFL. Okay. One thing about NFL, I don't have a guaranteed team because they can be sold at any time and change franchise and all this stuff. So I got 4 teams I watch, and all of them are horrible right about now except one, and that's the Ravens. Other than that, the Dolphins doing pretty good. Tampa Bay, they suck to me
You
right
know,
now.
you know Ha Davis, right?
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna do a remix to his whole theme song. Bandwagon, yeah, that's you.
Actually, I'm not a bandwagon. I've been watching the same 14 since I was younger. Like I've been watching Tampa Bay when they was in them butterscotch jerseys when they was losing so bad with 0 records. You know what I'm saying? I was a Falcon fan when they had Chandler at quarterback and went to the Super Bowl in '98 and lost horribly to the Broncos. You know, I was also a Ravens fan when Ray Lewis first got there in 2000. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't no bandwagon. I've been watching the team and the Dolphins. They've been sucking since I got those wins.
You just can't figure out which one of them is your favorite.
No, I mean I don't have no loyalty to them because like at the end of the day they professionals they get paid to do this. You know what I'm saying? But college is my love. That's my passion. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? They not going nowhere. At the end of the day,
I get you.
Yeah.
Were you a Kansas City Chiefs fan last season?
Hell, I don't. No, I do not. Like, let me tell you something. I do not like the Chiefs because they remind me of the Seminoles. They got the same war chant.
He was part of
the Washington football team.
Yes.
What about the Patriots dynasty?
Oh, I definitely don't like them at all.
I can't like them. I hate the Patriots dynasty because they got 2 Super Bowl wins over my team.
Well, they cheated though. They cheated at everything. They cheated every season.
It is what it is.
Tuck rule. Come on. Deflate gate. Come on. The list goes on.
You know, it is what it is. Tom Brady was doing his thing. You can't hate Tom Brady. Well, the whole world probably hates Tom Brady if you're not a Patriots fan, but I don't hate Tom Brady, man.
Tom Brady was just playing his part.
Yeah, that's true. Hey T2Y, I gotta go to my parents and go get my kids, so I'm gonna hop out of here. But you're gonna have me back on next week again, right?
Yeah, definitely. We could make this a weekly thing, man.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Hey, y'all go check out.
We got football.
Golden Blue Dude.
Yeah, we'll do some once the football season is over, we'll do some basketballs on Sunday.
All right, man.
All right, man. Take it easy, bro.
All right, I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, bro.
All right, bye.
Alrighty, so let's we're about an hour in. So let's talk predictions next week, CJ.
Oh Lord. Hey, I was right about all my picks this weekend. I just let you know that. Just let you know.
Well, let's see if you can do it again.
Let's see.
Coming down to the since we're coming down to the stretch, we're just gonna do the top 25. We're not gonna go from we're not gonna go from conference to conference. We're just gonna do the ones that really matters right now.
No, so we switching it up.
Yeah.
Since we're in the top 10, we switching it up.
Yeah, earlier on in the season, we could have went through all the conference because a lot of those games wasn't, played yet. But we down to the end, so the ones that matter, the ones that could, cause some change in the rankings,
right?
Wise, bowl game wise, we'll run through those. So I'm gonna pull those up right now.
I kind of knew East Carolina was gonna take out BYU though because BYU really didn't play nobody.
You mean coastal
whatever they were, yeah. I knew BYU ain't really play nobody, man.
All right, so we could do a recap from yesterday also. So that's this Sunday. Okay, so Louisiana beat App State. Nothing to talk about there.
Nope.
Two teams that we probably don't know nothing about. The main event, Miami versus Duke. Duke 2-8 now. Miami 8-1, sitting at number 10 until the rankings change. Basically, we're number 9 in the AP right now. Which let me show y'all the rankings before we go into talking about the game. So AP poll, they dropped Miami down to number 9, and they got Indiana in front of us. So basically, Indiana moved up 2 space after beating Wisconsin. In the coaches poll, which I think is more accurate, you got Miami at number 8, Indiana 9, Georgia at number 10, and so forth. So, I mean, Coastal Carolina made a huge jump to number 11 in the AP poll, but in the coaches poll, they're at number 13. So that's pretty much the major changes that really happened. Not much. You got Iowa State went up 2 spots in the AP, and Indiana went up 2 instead of 3 in the coaches poll. So not much change. Florida and Texas A&M switched places in the coaches poll. So now 1 through 7 in the coaches and the AP is the same as so in the college football rankings. So right now the rankings are starting to line up with each other.
So they finally dropped Georgia where they needed to be. Okay, good.
Yeah. On one, Georgia's number 12, and on the other, Georgia's number 10. So, yeah, only one that's kind of putting Georgia ahead of everybody is the playoff, you know, rankings, which is the only one that really matters.
Yeah.
All right, so Miami handle business. We could check out the stats and everything for the Miami one. Every other game, we're not gonna do that because we'll be here for about 4 or 5 hours doing this show.
But you know what? With our game, I actually had concerns at the beginning of the game. I ain't gonna lie. With all the stuff, as far as being off the many weeks, and then on top of that, being playing in the cold, I had concerns. I ain't gonna lie because those do factor in sometimes, and I was wrong. Thank God I was wrong, and I'm happy that I was wrong. But you can't right now. You don't know what team we gonna have, so But we're in a bad good situation. I feel like that.
All right, so De'Aaron King was 16 for 24, 248 yards, 3 touchdowns, quarterback rating of 90.9. Compared to Duke's quarterback, numbers are similar. Duke's quarterback actually completed more passes than De'Aaron King, but for less yardage. Basically, short yard passes, which are normally high percent passages. So he was 20 for 25, 94 yards, as you can see, short passes, no touchdown, no interception, quarterback rating of 32.3. So that's the major difference. Now, Perry came in. He was 1 for 2 for 56 yards, which was a catch by Don Chaney, which, if he had a couple more blocks or a couple more space to run, there probably would have been a touchdown. But
But I got to let me speak on Perry right quick, man. Perry did good when he first got in, but then it was one play that really pissed me off that he did was when he was getting pressured and he almost got sacked, but he got out that one tackle. Instead of him throwing the damn ball out, he gonna keep the fucking ball and try to run. I see he's still making those bad decisions. That's a bad decision. You need to get rid of that ball, man, instead of taking that sack. So if he doesn't get that together by next season, I advise him to transfer because he won't get that start position. And I've been riding with Perry for the longest, but it looked like he's still gonna make bad decisions and it cost us in the future if he stays. I hate to say it like that, but and that's come from a real Perry diehard fan. Like he got to get that together quick.
y'all see the look on my face right now? Is this CJ talking? Is this CJ?
He has to get it together, man. I mean, I don't get wrong. I like deep balls, deep throws, and stuff like that. But if you
Pause.
gonna,
Pause.
what? Oh yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, no, pause. You know what I mean. I like deep passing. Well, no, fuck it. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, But his passing abilities, I like the passing abilities and whatnot. But at the same time, when it comes to throwing the ball away, you really have to know when to throw the ball away. And if he's still gonna do stuff like what he did last night with the opportunity he had, and that's the reason why they brought Matacho in, because of the fact they want to see what he can do, because you
I didn't,
can't do that.
to be honest with you, I didn't see no reason to bring Mataka in.
No, I mean,
Didn't throw a pass.
no, he just ran the
Mataka
ball.
came in, hand the ball off, and then took a knee.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was pretty much a waste of time. Anybody could have did that.
but I don't know. I mean, like I said, Perry just got to get his stuff together with that, because if he
Taz,
don't,
what's going on, boss? Even Taz laughing at you,
hey,
man.
see, Tammy, hey, that's my dude though. But y'all know what I mean, but y'all trying to be funny. But I'm just being realistic right now, man. And if he gonna be the same way like he a freshman, that's not gonna equate right now, because
I think
you're a senior.
you got to give Perry some slack. This dude hasn't been playing all year, so when they put him in, he's gonna look, you know, rusty. He's gonna look rusty. He hasn't been
No,
playing.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I
But
mean, I get
put it
that.
like
I get
this:
it.
if King goes, Perry will have that offense to himself to where he could concentrate on being the number one guy. He don't
Yeah,
have to concentrate on hoping we get a blowout and he comes in and gets some reps. So I think you'll see a different Perry than you'll see now.
yeah,
That's
but that's still.
him being rusty from not playing. He hasn't played in like what six games or something.
Yeah, I know. I know, but I'm just saying, still, even if you come in, you still have to throw that thing away. I mean, you got too much pressure, bro. Why you gonna sit there trying to run it when you just throw it away? Just throw it away. You
Yeah,
gotta fix that. You have to fix that regardless. I mean, everybody gonna make mistakes. I'm not saying he don't deserve the position next season. He definitely deserves it. But if you gonna make soundly simple mess ups like that, like you're a freshman, it's gonna be hard for you to keep that job. That's what I'm saying.
Tess, he just got on and heard deep balls.
That's funny.
Oh man. Jay Play said Perry's our black man. Too many coaches couldn't get developed. Yeah, that's been Perry's downfall, man. I
Yeah,
don't blame it on Perry. I blame it on the situation that he's in. Unfortunately, he went through too many coaches, and they all came in with different schemes and different ways of doing things. So he'll learn one way, then boom, the next year you got to learn a different way. And for some of these quarterbacks, like De'Aaron King is doing great, but De'Aaron King was under the same system for all his years at Houston. And then you got guys like Tyler Van Dyke and Motoka that's going to be in a system where they're going to be learning from one guy. Well, hopefully one guy. We don't know how that's going to play out, but hopefully we're successful to where we don't have to worry about new coaches coming in all the time.
I'm not. What I was saying, I wasn't speaking from my standpoint that he should transfer because of that what I seen. I'm saying that because of the fact is I know how Manny is. If he gonna do mistakes like that, Manny gonna bench him next season.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. For as
Well, at this moment, we'll just have to wait and see. But as long as King don't come back, I see Perry being that guy.
oh yeah, definitely.
It's gonna
Not
be his
disagree.
job, and it's gonna be up to him whether he keep it or not. But I think it'll be his job. Tyler Van Dyke is gonna try to challenge for it. I think Matoka, I'm not sure what's his direction gonna be, but
He might well transfers.
looking at him trying to scramble yesterday, I don't think that's his strength. That's one of his strong points, but we'll see. We'll see in the future. But
But they, but you see what I'm saying about all them. We do have dogs on defense and offense. They be benched, but we got dogs. They just be on the sideline, but they got in the game yesterday. You see how they do.
right now, yesterday we seen a different side of Cameron Harris. 15
My boy,
carries, 96 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had a big
killer
run
kid.
for 34 yards. Don Chaney, right behind them. You know, 9 for 62, 31-yard long one. De'Aaron King also carried the ball 11 times, 46, one touchdown. The longest was an 11-yard touchdown. So Jalen Knighton unfortunately got injured. He
Yeah,
had 2 carries for 11 yards, nonetheless, but he did sustain an injury. We'll see how that goes later on. And Perry Perry also had 2 carries for 2 yards, but he had more than 2 yards, but it was neglected by a sack basically.
yeah.
And
What's called?
receiving wise, Mike Harley 2 catches, 150, 105 yards and a long 89-yard touchdown. Don Chaney 481, and he had a big one for 56 yards, which was thrown by N'Kosi Perry. Brevin Jordan 4 catches, 75 yards, a 30-yard touchdown. D. Wiggins came in with 3 catches, 14 yards, and a touchdown. He had that short yard touchdown right around the corner of the left end zone. Um, Xavier Restrepo, he also had a catch for 12 yards, which was surprising to me that that's the only thing we got to see out of him and Will Mallory. Will Mallory also had 1 catch for 10 yards. But, you know, I was expecting more out of Will and Mervin Jordan, but here's what it is.
That's
Uh,
my guy next season. I'm just letting you know that, right? Rest Pro is my guy next season.
okay.
That's my guy.
Fumbles. Miami lost 1, recovered 4. That's pretty. That's pretty good numbers. But defensive wise, sacks. We had only 3 sacks in that game, which it seemed like we had more, but we only actually had 3 sacks in that game. Even though the defense was causing a lot of disruptions in the backfield and stuff like that. But don't look at the sacks. Look at the tackles for loss. 13 tackles for losses. That's the major number to look at. Like those short screen passes or those run plays that we were shutting down, they couldn't get nothing going. So we had almost 80 tackles total as a team. Bubba Bolden led the way with 9 tackles, 5 solo. All right, we could get off of that right now. Let me
I
check back.
think I, I
Check
think I rather,
that.
I rather substitute. Even though we got 3 sacks, I still love the pressure, like the pressure that they gave the quarterback for the turnovers and the bad passes. That's what I like about it. The pressure.
Miami boy said, "I don't see Tyler Van Dyke sticking around next season." Hmm,
Yep.
I'm not sure. I mean, he hasn't showed any implications that he would leave, but
If Garcia though, yeah, he will.
we'll see. I mean, right
If
now
Gar-
Garcia's not even a sure thing either. So can't don't put no eggs in no baskets yet. When Garcia signed his name to a dotted line that says he's a Miami Hurricane, then we could talk about that. But we'll see how it goes.
but if Garcia does come, he's gonna transfer. They don't. I don't know why they don't like competition, but they're gonna transfer.
Said Orange Bowl, got us versus Texas A&M. Peach Bowl, UF versus Cincy. If they were smart, they'll put Miami against Florida in the Orange Bowl. It'll be more interesting that way. To be honest with you, there's the rivalry between Miami and Florida. It'll generate more ratings TV wise, and if they whatever amount of people they allow in the stadium will be packed to that limit.
Yeah, I'm about to say to the
So
limit.
it would make more sense to have Florida versus Miami, and have Cincy versus Texas A&M if they want to
Yeah,
make it actually make some money.
yeah, because that's more of a rivalry than a Texas A&M and Miami.
Um, Panama Jack, De'Aaron King remind me of Kyler Murray, but Murray arm is stronger. But other than that, they're similar. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
I agree.
King got a lot to prove, man. King got a lot to prove. A lot of recruits, I mean scouts, are still looking at him from a receiver standpoint. So he's still got a lot to prove. That's why I think there's a slight chance that he does come back next season, but it's still he'll still get drafted this season, but depending on how high he goes, now that's the question. But
Well, it depends on how he finished this season out. Like in the bowl game, it depends on if he wins the bowl game, and we ain't won a bowl game in a minute. So if he wins the bowl game, that'll definitely get him in the draft for sure. I don't know about no first, second, or third, but he'll definitely get in the draft.
all right, so we'll run through these real fast, and then we'll go into next week because that's when we can make some predictions.
Yeah,
But Alabama drag LSU, 55-17. No surprise there.
at all.
Notre Dame beat Syracuse. Syracuse is 1-10 on the season. And
They gave him,
everybody saw that coming,
they gave him a fight though. I'm gonna give that in the first quarter.
dude. Seriously,
They gave him a little fight in the first quarter.
they scored a touchdown each quarter after Notre Dame was already up by like 24.
They gave him a little fight, man. They gave him a little fight first quarter.
If you want to get to them now, 45-10. You know, Virginia, Virginia, Virginia Tech and Clemson. Now,
Yeah, they really gave him a fight in the first quarter.
Virginia Tech stuck in the first
Two
half
quarters.
or whatever, the first two quarters. But after that, it was just pure dominance by Clemson. Virginia Tech basically ran out of juice. They was a first half team. After that, they came out and made silly mistakes. When Clemson was up 17 to 10, and they got the interception in the end zone, stopped them from scoring. I'm like, okay, you know, you kind of killed Trevor Lawrence momentum. Let's see what you do. Let's see if you could, turn it around and march up the field, whether get a field goal or even a touchdown, or at least, get out of the way and pin Clemson back and let them have to work to score again, basically.
Yeah.
They come out, not even 2 plays later, gave the ball right back to Clemson. And then Trevor Lawrence basically just walked right into the end zone. So I like I mean, I would have loved for Virginia Tech to win that game, but we all knew that wasn't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I like what ESPN is trying to do here. Keep in mind, I just told you that Trevor Lawrence threw an interception. They're not throwing that up there. Normally, they do that for everybody, but they're not throwing that up there. Trevor Lawrence was 12 for 22, 195, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. God damn it. All right, so moving on from that, Ohio State beat Michigan State in dominant fashion, 52-12. Pretty much nothing to talk about there. Ohio State came out 28-0 at the end of the first half. So game was over by halftime. That's what it is. Texas A&M beats Auburn 30-20. It was a lot closer than people think. Came down to the end. Auburn actually lost the game in the fourth quarter.
Bo Nix ain't that good to me. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah. Florida take care of Tennessee.
That's not so no surprise.
Yeah, that was no surprise. Tennessee, I mean, if any Tennessee fans are watching, I'm sorry, but y'all been trashed this year. Plain and simple. Moving on. West Virginia took a beating to Iowa State, 42-6. Nothing really to talk about there. Baylor lost to Oklahoma, 27-14. Oklahoma's trying to sneak their way back up into the college football top 10.
They're not.
They're trying to make their way into their championship game or whatever. Trying to make a push at the last minute, but they're not getting in there.
Mm-mm.
They'll finish probably with a New Year's Bowl, depending on how the top 10 does. Indiana beat Wisconsin 14-6. 6-1 Indiana, 2-2 Wisconsin. Wisconsin hasn't really played much games this season due to Corona and cancellation. So move on from that. Now this game This game was interesting. This game actually came down to the end. And in Golden Blue Dude's video, he said this game kind of reminded him of the 2000 championship between the Rams and the Tennessee Titans, where basically the Rams stopped the Tennessee Titans at the 1 yard line to win the Super Bowl. And that's exactly what Coastal Carolina did to BYU. Basically, stopped them at the 1 yard line. They didn't get in for the touchdown. Clock was already done, and Coastal Carolina escaped with a win. So Coastal Carolina now is sitting at 10-0, and BYU sitting at 9-1. So BYU just took their first loss of the season. Not to mention that BYU picked up this game when they had no games planned that week, and they picked this up 2 days before the game. So they had no time to really prepare for Coastal Carolina, and neither did Coastal Carolina had no time to prepare for them. So
So there's no excuses.
no excuse. You know, it was a good game. It came down to the end, but it was kind of sloppy too. That's what happened when you put two teams together that never seen each other or study for each other. You got 2 days. Basically, you just got to get on the plane and get over there right now. So
Like a pickup game.
yeah, that's basically what happened with that. TCU beats Oklahoma State. Both of these teams nowhere near where they need to be. Or Oklahoma State started off this season with high expectations. At one point, they was like number 6 in the rankings, and then they just been going up and down and downhills lately. So with that loss, they'll probably drop out of the top. They'll probably drop into the 20s somewhere, maybe close to almost out of the rankings. Number 17, really, I want to say number 21, North Carolina.
Oh, what North Carolina rank is?
Number 17. They was ranked number 19 when they lost to Notre Dame and went up to number 17. But I really want to say number 24 or number 23 in North Carolina beat Western Carolina. Western Carolina 0-3, 49-9. Beat them by 40 points. So game was over at halftime. Nothing to talk about there. We play North Carolina next week, by the way. So that'll be a game to look forward to. Um, They're sitting at 7-3, losses to teams like Florida State. So I'll drop a video sometime during this week, maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. Basically talking about that game, the matchup between us and them, and their Jesus Christ quarterback, Sam Howell. Iowa handle business against Illinois. Iowa sitting at number 19 in the country, 5-2. Illinois 2-4. It's one of those games where if you knew anything about the team, you'll just pick the one with the better record, and that's pretty much what happened. Rice end up ruining Marshall's season. Marshall was 7-0 going into this game, and then they got beat by Rice 20-0. Goose egg. That's
That
tough.
was an underdog pick for me.
Yeah, that's tough. So if you had money on Marshall winning this game, you lost. You're probably a pissed off person right now, because I don't think anybody would have predicted Rice to win that game. And if you did predict Rice to win that game and cover and everything like that, you probably made a lot of money during that game. All right, Stanford beats Washington. Uh, nothing much to really talk about. Both teams with no playoff aspirations or anything like that. Just basically just trying to get into a bowl game if they can. Number 2 loss of the season. California finally got their first win of the season against who? The Oregon Ducks. The Oregon Ducks. Now, if you know,
Quack
all
quack.
season I've been wanting those quack Ducks to lose, because there was an Oregon fan that was talking a lot of trash, calling Miami all kind of trash, this trash that. So to watch them lose right now, it's so fitting. It feels so good. Keep on losing, Oregon, you big dummy. I'm talking to that quack quack dude. Whoever that quack quack dude is, I I gotta find out from Uncle Lou who that dude is, because I'd love to have that conversation with him now. Tulsa beats Navy 19-6. Nothing much to talk about. Names like Tulsa right now is 6-1, so it's crazy. Postponed games. Vanderbilt, Georgia. Vanderbilt is sitting at 0-8. Remember at the beginning of the season when I did my Florida Gator schedule prediction, I told y'all that Vanderbilt was a joke. Hopefully, no, not now y'all believe me. They 0-8. They fired their head coach. They, I think the female kicker that they had on the team, Sarah, I think she quit after the first game. I think she's starting to get like a lot of backlash, and a lot of people was making a lot of drama about her being a kicker, in the boys' sport or whatever. But it
She
is
got
what
play,
it is.
she got player of the week, bro. You know that?
Yeah, which I think was I honestly think that was ridiculous for them to
Yeah,
make her player of the week, because think about it. If you want to talk about you want to talk about equality, right?
yeah,
If I go out there and I kick the ball one time, squid kick, and it was terrible, as a male in that sport, nobody would ever even think to give me an award.
yeah.
So when they gave her that award, that kind of like defeats the purpose.
That's just like if a guy go play volleyball for on a women's volleyball team and he does horrible, and they still give him the dang on player of the week for volleyball.
All right.
Just
So I mean, it is what it is, man. Um, yeah.
what they do got transgenders playing women's sport, but that's another topic. But go ahead.
So yeah, let's not talk about that. Oh man, I don't want nobody auntie's uncle getting mad.
Did you see? Well, I'm saying, did you see that transgender wrestling women? That joke was crazy. But go ahead though.
Yeah, cancel game. Big Ten games, they don't get postponed; they get canceled. So Northwestern Minnesota canceled. All right, so let's go into next week so we can make these predictions and see where everybody heads at. Like I said, this week we were only doing the top 25, because pretty much anything out of the top 25 really don't matter.
Just say we in the top 10, so we need to talk about the 25.
I mean, we're in the top 10 anyway, but I
Yeah, that
mean,
was hard.
until Tuesday, we won't know. Maybe they'll try to say our 48-0 win wasn't good enough for them.
What the
You know,
chat talking about?
let me double check. Yeah, because when you go to the other page, you can't really see the chat much. Um, Miami boy say he agrees with you. I don't know what he agrees with you about. Um, I remember Hester running on Florida the Peach Bowl. Yeah, that was a good Peach Bowl, man. I mean, Hester had that. Hester was just different, man. You know how you look at some players and you could like, yo, he's different. It, they got these. Some players got that instinct to where when you look at them, you like you never know what to expect. You know you're gonna get something great from them every time they got the ball. You just don't know. I had that feeling like when Duke Johnson got the ball every time. I never know what he was gonna do. I just was looking for something phenomenal every time he touched the ball. That's the feeling I get with players like Nesta and even USC Reggie Bush. When you watch Reggie Bush play at USC, you know every time he touched the ball, whether it's kickoff returns, punt returns, or even running the ball in general, like or catching the ball on screens and stuff. You never knew what you were gonna get.
So who that guy would be for you this season?
This season,
Yeah, I'm just saying if. I ain't saying it is one, but I'm just saying if.
I said I think it's like more to me. It's either Mike Harley or Brevin Jordan. Well, I got like four, or
Mhm.
Don Chaney or Jalen Knighton. Whenever they touch the ball, it's like okay, I'm on my feet to see what's gonna happen. But mostly Brevin Jordan for me. Every time he catch the ball, it seems to be a touchdown. And then I don't know why, but then the rest of the game, it's like he's not there.
Mm.
All right, so let's. I think we all caught up. Hey, Sarah, the chick from Vanderbilt. Orange and Green Blood say she fill up them pants.
Good dude here, man.
And that's another thing too with the girl being a kicker and stuff. Like you can't look at her the same as you would the rest of the players. It, it's crazy.
I bet they were having fun slapping her on the ass, huh?
I bet none of them did it. I bet
Hmm.
none of them did it.
Good
I
job.
bet I
Good
bet
job.
none of them did it.
She'll miss a field goal,
You
be like,
know,
good job.
you'll have that one kid that just goes a little too far, smack, and then get a little grip in there while he had it.
Mm-hmm.
But nah, I doubt it. I doubt any of them would. But Charlotte versus Marshall, nah,
Charlotte.
don't really care.
I'll take Charlotte still.
I'm gonna take Marshall. I seen Duke blow out Charlotte, so I'm gonna take Marshall. Number 10 Miami versus number 17 North Carolina. I'm taking Miami.
Miami.
This is a
That's how
home
they
game. This is a home game for Miami. I might actually end up being at that game. I'm trying to check some things out, check some schedules out, see if I can actually get down there. But I might be at that game. Um, yeah, I think the whole chat will take Miami. We got Miami on this one, right? Miami versus North Carolina. Miami taking this game. Let me know what y'all think in the chat. Hurricane Kilo say Wiggins skinny as hell. I don't know. I don't know why Wiggins hadn't put on any like muscle weight. You know, I think Philly could figure out a way to put on some muscle weight while still keep the speed. But yeah, he is definitely skinny as hell.
what is they are they seniors? Are Wiggins, Pope, and Hartley are they seniors? I know Hartley is, but is Wiggins and Pope seniors
I think their senior years next year.
next year?
Um, what's it called? Maiden Dade says Miami. Um, Jordan, he's a Florida State fan. He says,
Uh,
I got NC 35-13. He pick
they
against
Indiana.
he pick against Miami every week, and we just prove him wrong. So it
They,
is what it is.
Florida State ain't got no season no more. From what I
Dennis
heard.
Wilson, what's going on with you?
That
Uh,
was that was
35-24 Miami.
that was 50 cuts in them, so they ain't got no season. Florida State ain't got no season.
Yeah, they don't. They pretty much opt out of the season. But according to them, they're playing two more games. They're playing Duke and who else? I think Wake Forest, if I'm not mistaken. But eh, they'll lose both of those games. I think Duke will blow them out. Man, Maiden Dade say he got Miami 41-3. I don't think it's gonna be that much that bad.
No, I don't think that. But I don't know. They seem. You know what? I'm gonna tell you about our team after watching this game, and I watched the post conference. It seemed like they more appreciative of playing now than they was before. Like they really get into the moment of playing because I think they took it for granted because now they see missing out 2 weeks. It's like they missed it so much, and I think they appreciate it more. They might show a better effort in the rest of the season. That's what it
Yeah,
looked like to me.
and we forgot to mention too. We've been sitting out for almost damn near a month.
Yeah.
That's another bye week. Victory for Miami, and that's a huge bye week win.
Yeah,
So
a very a different. That's definitely different. Like I said, I just think they appreciate it more now. Get the plan. They get a chance
all
to
right.
play.
So Indiana, Purdue. Indiana sitting at 6-1. This game is in Indiana.
Yes,
Uh,
Indiana.
I'm gonna take Indiana,
Yeah, Indiana. That's
even
what
though
they.
I would love for them to lose so they could back off a little bit.
What
Uh,
what right there?
right now they're ranked 12 in this poll, but in the other poll they're ranked I think number 9, and one of them they're ranked above us at number 8.
Yeah, they'll win that game though.
Yeah. Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm gonna take I'm gonna take Iowa. Wisconsin's been looking terrible. Plus the game is in Iowa. Just for that.
Wisconsin,
Yeah, Washington, Oregon. I'm gonna take Washington. Oregon.
Oregon.
Oregon. You taking Oregon?
Yeah.
Good luck to them, but I hope they lose. I hope they lose again. I hope they lose again and again and again, and keep
Those
on.
are those. Somebody said. I think somebody said they are no offense to nobody said they are a little special cousin. I feel like that.
To Oregon,
Yeah, that's what people been saying.
man, it's like we're I don't know, we're top shelf, and they're like somewhere down at the bottom.
They're like a long distance cousin. So that was some people been saying.
And they ain't nothing like us. They ain't got no swag like us.
Oh no,
The only thing they
I
got is pretty uniforms.
I ain't saying they like us. I'm just saying they. That's what I've been hearing. They are special. You got to put the extra last two letters after special. You figure it out. I can't say it because I don't want to offend nobody. Two letters. Think about the last two letters. Special, two letters. Cousin.
All right,
Yeah.
Alabama versus Arkansas. Alabama all the way.
No.
I don't
Yeah.
know where they play. They could play. They could play in Key West. I'm gonna take Alabama.
They can play at Walmart parking lot.
Shoot, hey, they could play at Publix in the back room.
It don't matter. They gonna win.
I got I got Alabama in that one. Michigan, Ohio State. Now this should be interesting. This is a home game for Ohio State. The last game of the season. It'll be their sixth game. You know, to get into their conference championship, they need 6 games. So if Michigan wants to be a total dick, they could just back out of this game at the last minute. Ohio State will not play in the Big Ten championship. And I mean, this is a rivalry game here. Michigan has nothing to gain. You know, they beat Ohio State, they'll snap a what? I think it's like a 10-year or however long they haven't beaten Ohio State.
I mean, you really think they gonna win?
I don't think they're gonna win at all. They don't
I
have
think.
nothing. They really don't have nothing to play for. So if Michigan were to at the last minute say, "All right, you know what? All of our players opt out, or we got some cases we don't want to make it. We don't feel comfortable playing," and basically screw Ohio State. I think that'll be a funny thing. But who knows, man? I don't think the Big Ten would go for it right now. They need that playoff bid. So it is what it is.
I think Ohio State gonna win that game comfortably. I mean, very comfortable.
Do y'all think that's a possibility that Michigan would do that? Because I mean, Kurt Herbstreit even came out and said that too. I said that around last week or the week before about Michigan probably opting out of this game just to screw Ohio State over. Uh, if that were to happen, man, that'd be so much drama. The Big Ten would be the face of college football for all the wrong reasons for a good week. Ohio State would get left out of the conference championship despite being undefeated. It'll be crazy. That'll be some storylines. I'll definitely be watching out for that. Georgia, Missouri. I think this one could go either way. To be honest with you, I
Yeah.
mean, maybe I'm just biased because right now I don't really care for Georgia, but Missouri 5-3, Georgia 6-2. Records ain't all that off, but the kind of beating that Missouri's been taking. But then again, Georgia got 2 blowout losses also, so they look pretty similar.
Yeah, but who Missouri lost to though?
Everybody probably like T2Y. You ain't making no sense right now. You know damn well Georgia gonna win that game. Nope, I ain't going with Georgia. I'm gonna pick Missouri for the upset. The new Jesus Christ quarterback that Georgia got, he just gonna have to prove me wrong.
Hey, but who Missouri lost to though? That's what I wonder.
Let's find out.
Because if they lost to the same type of
They
level
lost.
team
Oh
Georgia
my
did.
God, Missouri gonna lose this game. They lost to Tennessee.
Oh
But
yeah.
okay, their 3 losses: Alabama, Florida, and Tennessee. They got blown out by Tennessee too, 35-12. So, I mean,
It's
I
about
think
equal when you
got
think
a,
about it.
they got a chance.
Because who Georgia lost to? They only lost what 2-3 games?
Georgia lost to Florida and Alabama, and they got blown out by both of them. So, it could go either way. But I'm gonna pick Missouri just for the hell of it because I don't like Georgia. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm
I take Missouri
just
too.
being biased. I don't like Georgia. I hope
I
they
take
lose
Missouri.
by 30 so I could have some shit to talk. You know, I could go over to Lou channel and troll a little bit, even though he think my trolling be a little too innocent. But it'll be great to go over there and troll him a little bit.
I take Missouri on the upset.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Missouri and upset too. West Virginia versus Oklahoma. I'm gonna take Oklahoma because I think Oklahoma right now got a lot to prove. But don't count out West Virginia. West Virginia is still at home, and you know it could be an upset. They could pull an upset, and I'm not just saying that because Golden Blue do this West Virginia.
I take
Let's keep an eye on this. But I think Oklahoma will win it because Oklahoma is not the same team that we saw at the beginning of the season.
I take West Virginia on the upset.
All right. Illinois versus Northwestern. If this
Northwestern.
game get played, yeah, I'll take Northwestern too. Nothing really to talk about there. Coastal Carolina versus Troy. Coastal Carolina.
Troy
Um,
upset.
Troy for the upset. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, that's one to keep an eye out on. But Coastal Carolina is at 10-0, man. They might have an undefeated season. That's tough. Okay,
Yeah.
now Cincinnati. This game is going to be one to look at. Cincinnati 8-0. They've been blowing out teams that they played. So Cincinnati versus 24, Tulsa. Um, I'm hoping for the upset. I'm hoping Tulsa will win this game. Cincinnati will get their first loss, get their butt up out of the top 10, and slide Miami down a little bit closer. They don't get no whooping over there, boy. All right.
What you said?
I say don't get no whooping over there.
Nah, that's her talking to her kid, man.
All right, so Tulsa, Cincinnati, who you got?
Cincinnati, Tulsa.
Yeah, Tulsa,
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I want Tulsa for the upset because I want Cincinnati to get their butt up out the top 10 so Miami can slide down more. But
I mean, yeah, I mean, what rank is Tulsa's? What rank 20? What they rank?
24, 24, 6-1. They only lost one game.
I'm gonna take Cincinnati, but it wouldn't be surprising if Tulsa upset it because Tulsa does do that every now and then.
All
So
right, now
definitely
you
be
got number 6, Florida versus LSU.
Florida. That's not even a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Florida too. But even if Florida were to lose this game, they'll still go to the SEC championship. Now, if they lose this game, that SEC championship won't mean nothing if they win it.
Yeah.
They'll pretty much just screw Alabama. But Alabama probably still make the top 4. But uh, um, Oklahoma State, Baylor, don't really care about this one too much. I'm gonna take Oklahoma State just because Baylor's been pretty much trash all year. Be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the mullet head coach.
And also undefeated USC sitting at 3-0 versus UCLA. It's hard to imagine UC. I mean USC only played 3 games this season. It's crazy, but yeah, I'll take them over UCLA.
Hold on, how come they undefeated and they ain't in the top 5 like Ohio State?
Yeah, man,
Mm, I'll leave that alone.
it's tough, man.
I'll leave that alone.
Yeah,
But
but
I'm gonna take UCLA on the upset.
all right, we'll see. Ole Miss versus Texas A&M. Yeah, it's in Texas. Texas A&M. I don't think that if they're gonna lose, I don't think it's gonna be to no Ole Miss. So I'm gonna go Texas A&M on this one.
Not so fast, my friend. Lane Kiffin gonna figure out Jimbo Fisher. He has in the past. I go Ole Miss.
All right. All right, we'll definitely see how that turn out. And last but not least on that list, we got BYU versus San Diego State. I'm going BYU for the bounce back. San Diego State, I don't even know what they about, to be honest with
I'm an Aztec Warrior, so I'm gonna go with San Diego State.
you. And I think that'll wrap up the top 25 teams that play next week. So that's pretty much it. All right, let's check back in on the chat. All right. What's going on with you? What's going on with you, boss?
Glue up. Glue up. Wow.
Yeah, they just having a whole good conversation. Okay.
What are you talking about? I want to join.
Panama says Ole Miss will score, no doubt about it. I
Of
think
course.
I think Panama just don't like Jimbo Fisher.
But listen, if you think
I don't know a Florida State fan that do like Jimbo Fisher, to be honest with you.
I'm put like this, the reason I say Ole Miss probably gonna win that game is because you gotta think about Ole Miss lost to Alabama barely.
Mm.
Think about it now. And they
They put up
barely
a lot
lost
of
to Alabama
points,
now.
but they haven't been consistent doing that. You think them doing that with Alabama, they would play better and win more games than they actually did, but inconsistencies.
Well, you think
Everybody's looking at the Alabama game now as if it was a fluke.
But you think Kelly Mond wide receivers gonna be consistent? I mean, cause they been dropping balls like that's what I said, man. Ole Miss gonna set them.
Scratch It Out Entertainment says Jeremiah Payton. Um, what's I don't know what's that containing to though. It said all y'all check out Al Blade's post on Twitter. Yeah, I seen his post. Is basically last season Duke players was I don't know if it was last season or recent, but they put it out a video when they was in a locker room jumping around chanting and how they gonna beat Miami, F Miami this and Miami trash and talking about the U, and then we went out there and beat them 48-0. So it's crazy, man. Al Blades, yeah, he posted on Twitter. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's to the point where I don't even know my Twitter password, so I can't even pull it up on the screen.
All y'all check out Al Blaze post on Twitter. What he said on Twitter?
This one, I think this one. Yeah, so basically it started off, fuck Miami, the whole school Miami. We don't give a F about the whole school Miami. That's Duke. That's Duke players right there in their locker room going crazy. I would really want to see the video they made last night. That's the one I want to see now. After you got beat 48-0. Let's see what y'all say about Miami now. It's fun when somebody talk trash and then you go out there and put a foot in their ass. That's pretty much what happened. Miami went out there and put a foot in Duke. Now let's see this guy make another video.
I want to see what I want us to blow North Carolina the fuck out.
Yeah, Mike Williams. I want to win over UNC. Yeah,
I don't want no damn win. I want us to beat the hell out of North Carolina because of the fact
looking at this,
we got them use upside down.
Looking at this season now, it's more of a revenge season. It's a let's beat the teams that got one over us yesterday kind of season. Last year, we lost to Duke. We went out there handled them. Basically, now we just got to handle UNC and Georgia Tech. So basically, snap all these teams' win streak against us. Let's start fresh. Let's start beating them and keep beating them years to come.
I gotta come down to West Palm Beach, man. I gotta come down there and go to a game. I gotta get down there, man. I might fly down there tomorrow.
Oh man. Somebody say dropping balls on CJ. Oh man, they still talking about that CJ.
Tell Florida State wide receiver to catch one. How about that?
Okay, so Stretch It Out Entertainment was talking about who's the best route runner. So I'm guessing he was thinking Jeremiah Payton. I don't know, man. I like Mike Harley. He been putting up numbers. He's been getting the catches, putting up numbers. I mean, to me, the Wiggins numbers are a lot lower than I thought they would be. And Pope, when he catches the ball, he could make some numbers, but most of the time he be dropping them. To be honest,
I like Restro. Period.
yeah,
That's my guy.
Retro Pro hasn't really done much the whole season.
I don't care, but he will next
He got
season.
like probably two catches the whole season.
And he ain't dropped no passes though. That's the point.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
he did fumble a couple returns. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Well, that's not his primary position. His primary position wide receiver.
But
But
you know,
but
again,
hey,
you making them excuses
hey,
for him,
let's
boy.
tell you something. Let's tell you something. I bet you he have better numbers when he actually get more playing time like this. He ain't gonna drop none passes. That boy clutch.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips definitely a monster for real. He was disrupting the backfield yesterday like it weren't nothing. I mean, like I said, the sacks did not show the numbers of sacks didn't show how the game went. So if you just if you just read the stats and didn't see the game, then you'll think, okay, damn, Miami only had 3 sacks in that game. But
That
then when
pre-
you look at the tackles for loss, it's 13. Then you're like, okay, so you know we was causing a lot of disruptions. A lot of run plays was tackle for losses. So
yeah, but that pressure was real. That pressure was real last night for that quarterback. It was real for him.
Made in Day say bring Lamar Thompson home. Hey, I love to have him as a wide receiving coach.
Need something.
And Lenore says 38-20 Miami. All right, so let's do an early score prediction, guys. Early score prediction. I know some of your score predictions will probably change during the week when we find out who's playing, who's not playing, what's going on with UNC. If they got players out and stuff like that, injuries and all that. Early score predictions. Miami versus North Carolina. Who you got, TJ?
Some of the score prediction.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you two of them. I'm gonna give you what it's gonna be, and what it should be. Okay. What it's gonna be is like what Lenore said, like 38-20, or well, maybe 38-17. But what it should be is like fucking 40, 48, or 44 to 13. That's what it should be. That's dominancy.
I'm gonna drop mines in the chat right now. Mine's right there. Miami wins the game 31-21. That's my score prediction. Like I said, maybe next coming couple days it might change depending on who's playing, who's not playing, COVID-19 situation, injuries and stuff like that. But that's my score prediction. 31-21. Miami wins it.
I think it should be that either way. I think it should be that either way. If they dominated, like I said, it should be 40 something to dang on 13. If they realistically wise, it should be 30 something to 20.
Devin has it as 31-14. Stretch It Out Entertainment says 45-28.
If we play the way we played against Duke, even though Duke is a 2-17, was a 2-7, now 2-18. If we do play North Carolina like they are 2-17 and come out and dominate, the end of the year be a 40 something point game. If they come out with that same characteristic, but that's why I say consistency matters. Can we do that again?
Yeah, Chris got it as 38-13 Miami. Let me see. Cedric, what's going on with you, boss?
What up? Well,
Yeah, so oh man. So basically for Miami this season, right now the only thing we could do win out, go to a New Year's Six bowl game. I mean, that's pretty much all we could do. And build off of this season. Win out our games, 10-game win season, one loss to the number one team at the time in the country. I know it sucks, not being able to play in the ACC championship. I mean, any given season, right now it would have been Clemson and Miami for the ACC championship, but Notre Dame is in the mix. and them and Clemson, they don't have no games next week, pretty much. So that's what's gonna happen.
What if we slide in the playoffs by chance? I'm just wondering that'd be funny.
I mean, it's not impossible, but it's more impossible than possible right now.
What if I told you Notre Dame would beat Clemson? And what if I told you Texas A&M lost to Ole Miss? And what if I told you uh, Alabama beat Florida? That'll open up a pathway for us to slide in. Because you think about it, the only thing that'll be Ohio State, Alabama, Notre Dame, and that'll leave that fourth spot open, bro. Think about it now.
Yeah. And then you
Think
got to
about it
worry
now.
about teams like Iowa State. You got to worry about teams like Cincinnati. You got to worry about all those other teams that's in front of us that they could push in there.
But they can also drop too if they lose.
And then they'll really piss you off if they push Georgia in there before they push us.
But they behind us right now, so I ain't
No,
worried about it.
Georgia's in front of us right now.
What
Actually,
they rank here?
last time the playoffs came out, Georgia's number 8, Miami's number 10.
Oh, they didn't do the updated yet.
They updated Tuesday at 7.
Okay.
So, I mean, come this Tuesday, if I have it my way, we'll definitely be ranked ahead of Georgia.
Y'all just make sure y'all check out TTY reaction when they drop them on AP polls Tuesday.
Man,
He's
oh
gonna be
my
pissed the
God.
fuck off.
I mean,
He
the
gonna be
AP
pissed the fuck
poll.
off.
Hold on, let me show you the AP and coaches right now. Which half of the time I'll be looking at it like that don't make no sense, but whatever.
Now if they had an eight system
Look at the
playoff, that'd be
AP.
good.
The AP got Miami at number 9. Indiana at number 8.
Yeah, but Georgia is like number 12, ain't it?
So basically, Indiana beat Wisconsin. You know, they ranked or whatever. Now, I don't see why Indiana would jump us because Miami did beat Duke. We should have stayed at number 8 here because Miami beat Duke and we beat them convincingly. We didn't stumble in that game or nothing. So we should have actually stayed at number 8, and they should have been number 9, which is how they have it over here in the coaches poll, which makes more sense.
Yeah, but I'm saying you said Georgia was ahead of us, but I'm looking at it. They
Yeah,
said Georgia number 12
Georgia is ahead of us. Let me show you. You got to
in
look
the
at the
AP poll.
playoffs. You got to look at the playoffs rankings. This is just the AP and coaches.
We'll pull up the playoff rankings then, because as far as I see, Georgia
Right
number
now,
12.
they're not showing it because they got to update it. But if you look at the playoffs rankings, then maybe they'll show you from if I click it on last week. Yeah, see, that's the playoff rankings. As of right now, until they update it, that's the playoff rankings.
Yeah,
They
it
got
is.
Georgia at number 8 and Miami at number 10. Don't make no sense at all. Georgia
This
went.
is what remember I had called you and I told you that shit pissed me off. 'Cause how the hell two teams that lost? It's Georgia and another team that lost 2 games in front of us. I don't understand that part. That I don't understand.
Georgia, like I said, Georgia and Iowa State.
How the hell they ahead of us? I don't understand that. 2 teams that got 2 losses.
And then you got Indiana in the other poll just jumped us. So let's see how the playoff go. Let's see how they do that. I think realistically we should be ahead of Georgia. We should be sitting at number 8 to be honest.
We should be ahead of who that is. We should be
Cincinnati.
ahead of. We should be ahead of Cincinnati. Shit, if you ask me.
I mean, if they give us the respect that we deserve, like
Cause who
like they
Cincinnati
give
play?
all these other one-loss teams.
Who Cincinnati play? Click on Cincinnati, see who they played. Cause I don't even know who they played.
Uh, yeah, first game. I don't even know who that is. They
Nobody.
beat 55 to 20, convincing win, 35 points. Then
Yeah,
they,
but still nobody.
then yeah, nobody. Then they beat Army 24 to 10, 14-point win. Okay, USF 28 to 7, 21-point win. SMU okay, 42 to 13. All right. Then they beat Memphis 49 to 10.
Nobody.
Houston 38 to 10.
Nobody.
UCF 36-33, close. Um,
Nobody.
and their last game is Tulsa.
Nobody. They got a whole bunch of nobodies on the damn on the schedule. And how the hell they ahead of us?
But when you look at their wins, minus the USC game, they blowed everybody out.
Yeah, but at the
That's
end of
how
the
they
day,
end up being there.
let me let me ask you a question. How many of them teams was ranked?
None of them, be honest. Well,
SMU.
Army was 22. SMG was 16. So they got two games on there that was ranked teams when they played. Now,
Dang. Yeah.
now that's the problem because when you go to our schedule,
We
it's the
only got
same thing.
the only team that we beat ranked at the time was what, Louisville?
Louisville.
And that was it.
Everybody else, our
That's
schedule,
right.
the schedule kind of went downhill.
Yeah. And we lost to Clemson. They was all the other ranked team. Well, we got North Carolina, so that should jump us when we win that. That should jump us on Cincinnati. If you think about it.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. Cedric say we're the most disrespected one loss team. Definitely. Look at Texas A&M in Florida. They've been sitting up there comfortably the whole season while we sit behind teams that they would never put them two behind. Hell, we getting passed up by teams with two losses.
Yeah.
Georgia got two blowout losses at that, so it's crazy.
Well, if we would have stayed in the computer BCS bowl situation, BCS computer championship system, we would have been up there above Cincinnati and the other one lost teams.
Now Jay Play says he got Notre Dame beating Clemson again. It's
I do
possible.
too.
It's
I do too.
possible, man.
After the way Clemson played Virginia Tech, I do.
Mike Williams said, I want to see more of Peyton Mataka, whichever one it is. Um,
Matata.
I want to see him in more passing situations because yesterday all he did was come in and hand the ball off. I want to and then take a knee. I want to see him pass the ball more. I would love to see maybe a drive or two with him to see what he could work with. But right now, they put him in the last second just to hand the ball off. And I'd have told him, yeah, man, just keep parrying. Fuck that.
I don't know, man. I think I want one thing I still got a concern about is King taking those hits to that shoulder, that passing shoulder, man. You got to chill out with it.
Lenore says I want Jonathan Harris for a wide receiver coach.
Who the hell that is?
Hey, I don't even know.
Well, no, it's who that is.
Let me see. Let me search him up.
Jonathan Harris. I mean, Lenore's be on point, so that's why I'm asking who that is, like who he used to coach for or whatnot.
His name ain't pop up initially.
You might know something we don't know.
Nah, that's an actor.
Let's get Randy Moss as a goddamn wide receiver. Yes, wide receiver coach.
Is he?
I want a Hall of Famer as a wide receiver coach. I don't want. I can't
No,
keep thinking.
it's too many. It's too many Harris to be looking through. I'm gonna see what he says in the chat.
No, did you see when Ray Lewis broke down that defense on NFL Network?
Okay, so he was on the '94 team, lightning fast. So I'm guessing he's a wide receiver. Before my time.
You know, that's definitely before my time too. Then,
Yeah, we was young back then, young
yeah.
and dumb. Yeah, I was born in 1988, so I was 6 years old. So I definitely don't know who he is.
Oh, he said a '94 team. Oh yeah. I mean, I was watching Miami then, but I didn't really know their names.
Yeah, a lot of fans like myself back in the day before we actually started learning all the players' name and stuff. We used to just watch it for the team.
Yeah, we didn't really pay attention to the names for it like then. The only time I started paying attention to the names like around 99, 98, 99. From then on.
Um, Stretch It Out Entertainment said their strength of schedule is stronger.
You talking about
I think,
Cincinnati?
yeah, I think our schedule and theirs is pretty similar because when you
Yeah,
look
it
at
is.
ranked teams that they played versus ranked teams that we played. We only played one ranked team, so and the ranked teams that they played are power, not even Power Five teams.
No, we played two ranked teams.
Oh, Clemson.
We lost them one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
We don't want to count that one.
well, it's still a ranked team. But if we win out against North Carolina, that should put us above Cincinnati and Georgia.
Real talk. We go undefeated next season. Dominating 20 points. When you got to keep in mind we do play Alabama the first game of the season, so that one might be close if we win it.
I
A
think
lot
we'll
of
win
people,
it.
it's possible. It's
I think
possible.
we'll win it, man. Just
It's
because
possible.
I'm
We
looking
got
at
to.
the speed.
I'm gonna wait till spring. I'm gonna wait till after the spring game if we have a spring game before I start. Making predictions on that one.
I think we'll win it, man. Because I just think our speed and then the talent we got. Well, hopefully they sign these letter of intent coming
Well,
in.
yeah, he said we got to dominate Bama. That's gonna be a tough game.
We gotta stop playing scared and play like we
Just
didn't.
win the games we play, take care of itself. No one thought we would be in this position before the season. I'm with you on that, Bergie. Coming off a 6-7, season, coming into this season, a lot of people had us losing games that we've won right now. I mean, we had some struggle wins, but nonetheless, we won. And you know, whether or not we happy that we win by 3 or 1 last season, those games would have been losses. So we're in a good position right now. We're not going to the ACC championship or anything like that, but we're in a good place to go to a New Year's Bowl game and to build off of it, recruiting and everything like that. So going to next season with you know with a record of 10-1 would be great. 11-1 if we win the bowl game. You know, just keep building, building.
Hey, well, you know what? Nobody talked about.
Zoe in the building. What's going on, Zoe?
What else, though? You know, one thing ain't nobody mentioned
Zoe
is the
says,
offensive
Zoe
line.
says bullshit. Wait, what's bullshit?
The ACC shit. I already know what you talking about.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. We got shitted on. I mean, it is what it is at this point. I mean, we all seen and we all watched it played out, but ain't nothing we could do about it now. Notre Dame ain't playing no more. Clemson ain't playing no more. Next time we see them, they're gonna be playing in the ACC championship.
Yeah.
So ain't nothing we could really do about it.
Why ain't nobody talking about the offensive line, man? They've been doing pretty good.
Oh, you know what it is, man. Everybody's focused on the ACC championship right now. It's tough to pay attention to the O line, especially when we play a team like Duke. We pretty much had our way with Duke yesterday.
Pretty much.
Started out rough though, I ain't gonna lie.
It was cold that night, Willie.
Our schedule next year is tough. We could take a look at our schedule next season too. Zoe say we was in a okay position, but let's not deflect the fact that we got effed over long D style.
There we go with the balls
You
and long
remember?
defense.
You remember what's his name? Hold on, let me put the link in the chat. You remember? What's Buddy name? I forgot his name. Tyrone. I'm
Yeah.
Tyrone. Oh man, that's basically what happened. Yeah, the link is in the chat, Zoe. Uh, I want to see the new black uniform next Saturday. Like, if we don't see it Saturday, we'll see it on the 19th against Georgia Tech. So the uniforms, I love to see them come out in that black uniform. I love to see them use it against North Carolina.
Yeah.
Now we better win in them uniforms too, man. What's going on, Zoe?
What else, though?
What's really good? What's really good? Hey, I'm not letting them off the hook, man. It is something we can do about it. It is something us as fans can do about it, man.
Well, not
Bro,
this season.
on some real shit. Flood their ass with messages. Flood the ACC Twitter account. The ACC has their own Twitter account. They have their own IG account. Flood them.
Yeah,
It's
but
always something. It's
that ain't
always
gonna
something.
do nothing this season.
Let me finish. Bro. If listen, man, you stand for either how they say you stand if you stand for nothing, you fall for anything, bro. Nah, it might not affect it this year. Oh, but it's something you can do. It's
No,
something you can
well,
do.
the reason I say that is because next season Notre Dame's not gonna be here
It
anyway.
don't, that ain't even the point. That ain't the point. I told you when you were screaming for this T2Y, I told you this was gonna happen. Remember you said I want ACC in this conference. Remember you kept saying I want
I,
Notre Dame.
I wanted
I
Notre
kept
Dame
telling
in
you.
here, but I
I told you they
also
weren't going to play
specifically
T2Y.
told you I wanted them in here to play us.
I told you they weren't going to play us. I told you that from the beginning. I told you I was going to let them handpick their schedule. Told you that from day one. I told you this is what was going to happen, and exactly what I said was going to happen happened. That's why I didn't want them coming over because I knew they were going to be able to pimp the ACC, and that's exactly what they did. They pimped the ACC, and it's not fair, not just to the ACC and not just to Miami, to all the ACC schools who in here every fucking year, who in here every year, year in and year out, and they got all of them got holes. Duke got holes, North Carolina got holes, NC State got holes, Louisville got holes, everybody got holes as a conference because you allowed a fucking team to come in and just bring one team. They probably told them they didn't want them to bring another team. I want doubt they said, and we coming there by ourselves, but we don't want y'all to bring no team because we don't want to be on either side. Because they knew whatever side they was on, they would have had to play the other side. We got holes, bro. And it ain't right. I'm telling you, I'm not letting this shit die. I promise you, I'm putting out, bro. I'm telling everybody, I'm urging every Miami Hurricane fan to write the ACC. I'm telling you, do not let this shit die. Boycott they ass. Don't let it die. Why get screwed over? I mean, this to me almost feel it don't feel as bad as the national championship game, but god dang, we didn't even get a chance to fight. Like we are the only conference that did this. We didn't get a chance to fight, bro. That's what got me so mad. We didn't get, bro. At least let us fight and lose. Have a play-in game or something. God dang, like you want to do it like even NCAA basketball, you gotta have a play-in game.
Like I said, man, I wanted Notre Dame in, but I wanted Miami to play them.
But I told you that wasn't gonna happen. Do you not remember me telling you that wasn't gonna happen? I told you they was not gonna play Miami and Clemson. I told you they were not gonna do that, and they didn't do it. And nobody's looking at the fact that they played the JV Clemson squad, Clemson JV squad. They beat Clemson JV, like I said, by EJ Manuel punk ass last night. Yeah, they didn't have Trevor in them, but they made, man, shut the hell up. When you ever made a play? What are you talking about? Shut up. You don't know nothing about making plays. Bum ass. I mean, bro, oh my God. Like, nah. This shit got me tight. Because, like, these seniors on this team that work their ass off to put themselves in this position, never going to get an opportunity to do it again. Never going to get an opportunity to do it. The only conference that did this. We shouldn't even. What's the point? What was the point of having the games?
All of our seniors right now, they have the chance to come back next season.
Well, why would listen? They did it this year. They did it this year. So this is just a wash. Like they did it this year and can't even play for the fucking conference championship game, and didn't even lose a division game.
Trust me, I'm with on that. But like I said, ain't nothing me and you could do about that right now.
Yes, it is. Yeah, listen here, man. It's power in your voice, bro. You believe it or not, there's power in your voice, man. People better start. It's power in your voice, man. It's power in your voice. It's power in numbers, man. People start. Man, we on social media every day talking about how bad players are, how bad big home. What you say? The offensive line. When everything on how bad offensive line is, how talk shit about Blake Baker. They do that all day long on social media. So nobody can say nothing to the ACC. Nobody can't hit the ACC on IG, like flood their ass on IG. You flood Blake Baker. You flood Blake Baker. Flood the fuck out of him.
I don't do
Kill
nothing.
your own team. So you can't flood the ACC Twitter account. Like I don't already. I don't
flood Blake Baker or none of them. I'm
not saying you. I'm not just saying you. I'm saying you saying none of us. Yes, we can as a whole. We can do something about it, man. You fuck around and hit their ass with enough damn Twitter. They have to cancel the ACC game, championship game. I'm dead serious because what's going to end up happening? No, what you do is
you right now. They just gonna look at Miami fans as they mad because they can't they had their chance to be. That's what they're gonna look at it as.
So you quit before you even get started. No. What you look at it as, we got hope. Period. Point blank, bro. You look at every conference. We the only conference that did this shit. Period. Point blank, man. We the only conference that did it. We didn't lose it. We didn't lose a divisional game. The NCAA. I'm telling you, man. That shit get out there bad enough, man. NCAA gonna have to explain themselves.
They just gonna say,
how you know that?
If we beat Clemson, we would have been in the position we in.
No, that's what one person said in the chat, and that's why I said bullshit.
That's what I'm saying.
Bro, that has nothing to do with divisional game. We did not lose the divisional game. We didn't lose the divisional game. They need to explain why we the only conference that did this bullshit. They need to explain. It need to be explained why we the only conference that did this. It need to be explained.
We the only conference that picked up a team.
Exactly, and it need to be explained. Why did we do it the way we did? That needs to be explained.
All they're gonna tell you is, they went the conference on in the beginning. Notre Dame decided, since it's conference only, we're gonna join the conference. We in the conference in everything already.
So what, Teacher? I don't want you to tell me what they're going. I want them to get up front there and tell me that.
That's what I'm telling you is that what they're gonna tell you. So we just wasting our time.
No, I'm not wasting. So I'm wasting my time.
If you go try
I'm gonna waste my time then defending my school, defending these. I'm gonna waste my time. Cause I'm going in.
Nothing's gonna change. Me and you can go
right now. You know what, man? I remember when people were saying the same thing when I put Blake James' phone number on Facebook, and I put Blake James' house phone, cell phone numbers on. Something changed. I got a phone call from Julio Frank, and shit changed. Because so many people, I said, y'all got an issue what's going on? Call them. I got a phone call.
But
something changed.
What I'm saying is, who's going to call the ACC besides Miami Hurricane fans?
It doesn't matter. That's all you need, bro. You know that people don't understand. Like you don't understand how powerful the Miami Hurricane fan base is, bro. Every YouTuber uses it. Anytime Miami's in a big game, it's the biggest game damn near ever. Every time when we played Notre Dame, that was the biggest regular season game, I think, almost in the history of college football. We played them in 2017. Like they play anybody else, but when they play Miami, it's different. So it might not make a difference this year, but it may make a difference. And my voice will not be quieted when it comes to what just happened, bro.
Like I said, I understand what you're saying, but me and you could go up in there guns loaded, and they're not gonna do that. They're not.
How do you keep? Listen, me and you got two totally different mentalities. We got two totally different mentalities. My mentality is different. My mentality, if fight, I can't fight no more. That's my mentality.
My thing is, who are me and you gonna get behind?
I didn't say me and you, bro. Listen, it ain't just me and you, bro. How many Hurricane fans on social media, man? Thank you. There's power in numbers. That's right. There's power in numbers, man.
It's too late right now.
No, it ain't too. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm telling you, I am not going to be in a foxhole with you. You ain't put me in no foxhole. You been happy? I'm not. Nope.
Hey, nope. Hey, come up with a plan. Let's see how that.
I already told you, bro. Everybody, how hard is it for you to hit Twitter one time or two times? How hard for you to hit them? Say we got to
I don't have a following on Twitter. I just started Twitter like.
I didn't say you two hit You're following. I said you'd hit the ACC. Everybody, you hit your following in the ACC. If everybody hit their following in the ACC, no matter how many followers you got, if everybody was to do it and do it on Facebook and on Twitter and on IG, on whatever platform you got, and tell them to hit the ACC, make the ACC, make the ACC respond. Whether or not they change the game or not, make them respond. They'll put out a statement. Hit the ACC, hit the ACC, hit the ACC, hit the NCAA. Make them make a statement. Make them respond.
But my thing is, they make a statement and they don't change nothing. I'm just wasting my time. I don't need to hear them say what they're gonna say. I already know.
All right, TTY, you're right, TTY. I'm gonna let you have that. I'll fight my fight somewhere else. Just be honest.
All I'm saying is,
I'm gonna let you have that.
ACC steps up to the podium. Miami fans are mad they did not make it into the championship. So let me address this. You had your chance to beat Clemson. Clemson beat you.
TTY.
That's what they're gonna tell you.
Okay, TTY. All right, TTY. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you have it, bro. I'll fight my fight. I'll fight this fight, bro.
I'm being real with you. That's what they're gonna tell you.
You being your real with me. You being your version of real. You being your, and I can't get mad at you for being your version of real.
I mean,
I can't get mad at you being your version of real.
All right, I'm the ACC commissioner or whatever.
No, you're not the ACC. You're not the ACC commissioner. No, you're not. You are not the ACC commissioner. You are teaching.
I'm just trying to see your.
You are not the ACC commissioner. Like JP just said. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if they cancel the ACC championship. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm on Facebook right now.
You gotta be more realistic. They're not gonna cancel that game because us Miami fans said so.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm not following you into battle, T2Y. I'm not following you into battle, man. I'm not following you. I love you, my brother, but I ain't following you.
They're not gonna cancel it because we mad at them for not speaking it to Northern Dame.
T2Y is not, but T2Y, he said don't be surprised. But T2Y, I say I don't care whether they cancel it or not. Make your voices heard. Whether they cancel it or not, make your voices heard, man.
But my thing is, though, every time, any kind of time when you go out and you protest and you do something, there's some kind of change.
This is hitting Twitter. During this conversation, during the 5-minute conversation we done had, how many times can somebody had just hit Twitter one time, hit the ACC one time? Like that's just it.
My thing is what the difference is going to be. If there's no difference, then why we doing it?
You're right. There's no difference going to be made. I'm gonna leave the argument alone.
Because everybody in here, the ACC tell them we're not happy with the result.
Listen. There's no argument can be made. I'm gonna leave the topic alone.
I mean, it really is.
You can't. I'm gonna leave on your channel.
We got the shit end of us.
On your no. You ain't got to put me in with we. I'm going to lead the topic alone.
Miami got the shit end of the stick. We know that. But us talking trash to the ACC
T2Y, stop trying to convince. Stop trying to convince. I'm not trying to convince you no more. Don't try to convince me. Please, we can talk about the offensive line.
See, even young Jedi trying to tell you, man.
All right, listen here, man. Listen here. I had 20 people try in your chat agree with me. Young Jedi, my bro, but it don't matter. I can disagree with him too. That's my little brother. What that mean? I ain't gonna disagree with him. What that's what mean? Because young Jedi said you ain't putting none of the ones up there that agree with me. You only one you put up there. Only one you put up on the screen, and I'm looking at the ones that agree with me. The only one you put up on the screen was my brother.
I know what you're saying. But we can't change it.
The only one you put up there was the one that disagreed with me. That's the only one you put up there. I'm reading the one that agreed with me. All of them. Okay.
Mike asking why would they cancel it?
I didn't say they would or wouldn't. I never said they would.
JP said they might cancel it.
He said they might. He said they might. It could. It's a might. Might not. Don't know. But you still what you know. Like I said, We can talk about something else. I'm serious.
I'm telling you, man.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong, homie?
What I'm saying, you gotta
no,
see what I'm saying.
no. We got somebody else in the chat. What's good? What's good, family? I mean, am I wrong for saying what I'm saying?
No, I mean, pretty much we are the fans, and we do have control at a certain point. So I mean, at the end of the day, we do bring the revenue in for ACC. So for us to voice our opinion, we could make a change by a chance. So why not? But at the same time, I see what T2Y is saying. But why lay down and die? You stand 10 toes.
Stand 10 toes down, bro. Stand 10 toes down. Like that's all I'm saying. Like it like we got screwed over in the BCS. Why do you think the main reason why the BCS got changed? You know why the BCS got changed?
Because of
You know the
fans.
main reason why the BCS got changed because of what happened in Miami and Oklahoma when Florida State jumped Miami in the BCS. And that's when Miami went to war with the BCS, and that's why the BCS got changed. It didn't change that year, but it got changed. That's the main reason why the BCS got changed. Santana Moss.
Okay,
Man,
so
no.
what I'm saying.
Oh my God!
Go ahead.
Oh my God! Oh my!
Michael makes some Martin Luther King on all y'all. Michael makes Martin Luther King.
Oh my God! I'm giving you facts right now, and you still want to quit. Oh my God! Oh my God!
See, Jedi trying to talk some sense into you, though, man.
Jedi can't talk no sense to me. I'm talking sense.
You said if we had a problem with it, why we ain't said something at the beginning of the season? Everybody
no. We said it
on this YouTube platform, but we didn't bring it to ACC.
No, young Jedi. Oh my God, T2Y is killing me. T2Y is this guy. T2Y right now is becoming this guy that only wants to post up for people who agree with him. Yeah, I fight both sides. I said something to T2Y ass in the beginning of the season when he was co-signing this bullshit. So don't say we. Don't say why we, because I said something before they even came into the conference. When T2Y was like, man, I hope they bring them into the conference. I was on here when he mentioned that shit, and I dug in his ass that day.
And I told you,
I told you exactly what was going to happen. I told you what was going to happen, and it happened.
Leave that part out.
It was me. We were all us three was in the same chat. I told you what was going to happen, and what happened. And it was other people out there that was pissed off. I wasn't the only one.
Quote unquote. I said I would love for Notre Dame to come in as long as they played Miami.
That's not what you said. And I told you they weren't gonna play Miami. Well, how you know they're not gonna play Miami? Did they play Miami?
Blake
go back.
They were begging to play.
All three of us was in here. All three of us was in here. It was just me. It was just us three here at that time too. I remember when it happened.
But that's what I'm telling you. We having the wrong conversation right now.
No, we not having the right. We having the right. How we having the wrong conversation? You brought it up. Oh my God.
Oh my God. So we didn't want Notre Dame in here. If we didn't want them in here, that was something we should have. That was something everybody should have got together and made happen.
Oh, I'm about to kill myself. You just brought it. How we having the wrong conversation? You brought the conversation up.
Y'all didn't want Notre Dame in here, right? That was something y'all brought to the ACC commission.
It was on an ass of website. I'm in a bunch of Facebook pages, and people were pissed. Why
didn't they bring it to the ACC?
They didn't bring it to the ACC, but they were pissed. But you can still bring it to the ACC.
Being pissed on
but you can still bring it.
All it's doing is showing the other fans that you
I'm telling you, I am not going to war. I am not going to war with T2Y. I'm not about to die.
All I'm saying is
T2Y will have your ass.
I'm speaking logics here.
You do not speak in logic.
We didn't want Notre Dame in the conference in the beginning of the season. We should have brought that to the ACC championship.
Stand down. Stand down. Stand down. Quick. Don't do it. Stand down. You're gonna die. Stand down.
All I'm saying.
Hey, look how you keep on, bro.
We did this in the front of the season before we even played the game.
Look how long he done kept little young get out and post up there just so I can keep reading. That's why I keep reading so you can see him. Like,
right. So after time when we conversating, I don't try to read the. I'm trying to
he left that motherfucker. It's been for 15 minutes.
They say protesting people in Miami, the university made billboards to get Blake James fired, and nothing happened.
And you right. You know why nothing happened? You know why nothing happened?
I seen a bus driving around Miami.
But something did happen because they had the billboards of Blake James. They also had the billboards of Al Golden. They got rid of Al Golden. They didn't get rid of Blake James, but they got rid of Al Golden. They got rid of one of the two. So something did happen. Something did happen. They just didn't get rid of both. They tried to get rid of both. They got rid of one of the two. So don't tell half the story. It's always a whole story to it. They got rid of one of the two. And then they got rid of Mark Rick. They ended protesting Mark Rick. They got rid of Mark Rick. I was a part of that. Well, tell me something can't happen. Oh, my bad. Tell me something can't happen. You reading half a story and I'm telling you the other half.
Like I'm saying, okay, the chat's all caught up.
I'm
scared.
I'm saying
is, if we wanted to make change, we didn't want Notre Dame in here. That was in the beginning of the season. Everybody got together and went to the ACC and said, no, we don't want them in here.
Oh.
Now that they in here in the end of the season and it didn't turn out our way, if we go to the ACC now, it's just gonna make us as a fan base look like we salty.
Well, you know what? I am salty. I'm salty
too.
Any season
right now, we should be playing in the ACC championship.
Salty and crackers and oysters with salt on them with sea salt and butter. That's how salty I am. Right now.
Like I told you, so I'm salty about the situation too, but I just know ain't nothing we can do about it.
With a piece of fried cooked fritter on top of that oyster. That's how salty I am right now. That's how salty I am right now. Yep. I'm salty.
Like I said, I'm salty right along. I'm salty right along with you.
I'm salty.
But I just know at this moment,
I'm not going. Hey, I'm good. I'm good. I'm going to war. Believe me. I ain't gonna have you. I don't want you first lieutenant, second lieutenant. I'll let you. I don't even want you dropping me off at the fight. I just want you to get your popcorn ready.
That's all I'm saying, man. If we wanted them not to play, we should have all got together. Every team in the ACC.
No, you wanted them to play.
I wanted them to play Miami. I wanted them to play Miami.
Everybody watch your video and say, you know what? It's a good idea. Let's bring them.
I wanted them to play Miami. And unfortunately for me and Miami, they didn't play us.
Everybody, this is a good idea. Bring them in.
I wanted them to play us.
Bro,
we all saw what happened in 2017.
I told you they weren't gonna play us because of what happened in 2017.
But hey, like I said, that's the reason.
Why would they play us when they get to dictate the terms, man?
That's the reason I wanted them in here, for them to play us. Once they didn't play us, I could care less about them.
Well, I told you they weren't gonna play us.
But me saying that, Notre Dame don't deserve to be in the ACC championship, I can't say that right now. They undefeated. They played out their own season.
I can say that right now because because we should be playing a divisional championship game or around the play because the only team that we lost, like I said, the only team that we lost to was a fully healthy Clemson team, and they beat the JV Clemson team in overtime at home. So they should have a one game playoff between us and Notre Dame to see who better. And that's who get to play Clemson.
All right. Well, I want you to pitch that to the ACC.
Oh, I will. Don't believe me. I've already said it there.
See what they say.
I already said when they seen the tweet. I already did that.
I'm gonna keep doing it. They're gonna say this. What they gonna say?
My whole thing is
Miami play North Carolina next week. Miami play Georgia Tech on the 19th. That's what they're gonna say.
Oh my God.
I'm just telling you what they're gonna tell you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Does anybody in the chat right now believe if we go to the ACC and tell them
don't matter?
It don't.
My whole thing is the answer this question. So my thing is if you know that there is nothing going, if you know that there's nothing going to change right at this moment, right? that mean you just do nothing because it can affect the future. So you just say you do nothing at all.
Notre Dame ain't gonna be here in the future.
They don't know what I'm. Okay, you know what, T2? I love you, my bro.
I'm telling you, Notre Dame ain't gonna be here in the
future. You right, bro. Just lay down and die. Everybody just lay down and die. All y'all just lay down and die. Anybody who feel just lay down and die, man.
Like I tell you, man.
Lay down and die.
Because Miami should be playing in the ACC championship.
Lay down and die, man. I'm trying. Hey, Miami fans, y'all try to get to the SEC, man. Let's go to the SEC, man. Let's see if we can go to the SEC, man.
Man, good luck with that.
They've been trying to get us for a long time, bro. What you mean good luck with that?
Good luck.
Miami got the money. Miami got the money and the booster to buy. Miami have the money and the booster.
I'm gonna bring that up for you.
Miami has the money and the booster to buy that contract out.
Hey.
Huh?
I don't think that's something they want to do right now, though.
I would love
no money was halfly generated from these stadium games.
Huh? It'll be, but you'll get money. You get money. You get more money just by being in the SEC.
Like I said, I don't think that's something. I don't think that's a route they want to take.
Actually, you would benefit because you will get to play more quality opponents, so the stadium will be sold out more. Because you'll play Florida, you'll play Georgia, you'll play Texas A&M or Alabama or LSU. Those games will be played at home instead of playing Duke and North Carolina. You'll be playing them teams, so you have way more sellouts.
We'll see.
And I'm a season ticket. You have way more sellouts.
21. If things continue the way they continuing. If they stick to conference only next season too, because of the whole Corona situation, then we won't play teams like Alabama.
No, I'm saying if we got into. I'm saying if we went into the SEC, if they went to the SEC, they will play them teams year in and year out, and the stadium will be sold in, sold out year in and year out.
But my thing is, why would Miami do that?
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
Why would they want to do that right now?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, just because us fans say it, that don't mean it's going to happen.
I didn't say time out. Oh my, you are the ultimate pessimist, bro. No matter what I come up with, you are the ultimate pessimist.
I'm looking at things from a logical point of view.
For somebody who's been in 2 games their whole life, like serious, you are the ultimate pessimist. Like serious, I'm looking at things from a logical standpoint. You can't shoot down every one of my ideas, bro. You can't shoot down all of them. Like all of them.
So you talking about going into the ACC where we got
people been talking about going to the SEC for the last 4 or 5 years. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Because they know right now, because they about to have this conference realignment. You know, they about to have this conference realignment where all these teams will be moving around. This is about to happen. The NCAA is gonna fall. It's about to happen. I'm pretty sure you do know this, right? You do know this conference realignment is about to happen. So what I'm saying, when this conference realignment happens, is when they got the opportunity to jump, because it's going to happen. It's going to be a couple big conferences, and that's it. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be like 18, 20 teams in each conference. That's what I'm saying. So when that happens, it's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. They're tired of the NCAA. That's why it's gonna happen. So I mean,
all I know is we got a contract till 2035.
So bro, contracts are. You know what contracts are made for? To be broken. What they're made for. Contracts are made to be broken, man. They are. They're made to be broken. They're made to be broken. And anytime you in a contract, believe me, there are stipulations in that contract. There are stipulations in every contract. Every contract. It won't be the first time we broke a contract. We broke a contract to lead the Big East. We were still on the contract when we left the Big East to join ACC. We were still on the contract. So was Virginia Tech.
All I'm saying is I don't see no reason for Miami to lead the ACC.
I do. I've been wanting to get up out of ACC. I've been wanting to get out of ACC. I've been wanting to get out of ACC.
I don't see why they would leave though. That's what I'm saying.
Why not? Why not? If you get more, listen. So you mean to tell me?
That's what I'm saying. You got to.
Let me say something. So you mean to tell me if they could get over in the SEC East, right? All right, and play Florida, Georgia every single year, right? And Florida State, right? All right, then you probably throw LSU or Texas A&M, right? Something like one of the other a couple big teams from the West. Every single year, you got at least out of them six home games. Out of those 6 home games, you got about 4 of them. You got about 4 of them that's gonna be national TV games, big time games. And you don't tell me Miami would want that. You don't say Miami would want that instead of playing Duke at home every year, North Carolina at home. You don't think Miami would want that? Like, for real.
All I'm saying, you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm right here.
All I'm saying is Miami don't have a reason to leave the ACC right now. It ain't like we winning in the ACC.
No, that's not. Here's why.
Teams like Clemson.
Here's why. Listen, I'm gonna let you have. I'm a bow out gracefully. I'm bro.
They say that the SEC is stronger than the ACC.
I don't care that it was better. What's Miami? Remember when Miami was great? They played better competition. They had better competition on their field and on other. Bro, if you playing better competition, it's gonna make you better. Just think about this right here. Texas A&M is better now, right? When they were in the Big 12, Big 10, whatever it was in Texas, they weren't as good as they are right now. They're better now.
Listen to my logic. Listen to my logic. God. Miami get better. Miami get better in the ACC. Start dominating teams. Then think about moving out the ACC.
I'm not going to listen to that. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why it's so hard to listen to your knowledge. Because you're also a pessimist. Like every idea I come up with, you shoot down. Like everything I say. No, that ain't gonna work.
I'll give you a logical standpoint to everything you just said.
Nope, that's not.
I'm telling you logically, not just as a fan.
You're saying that. Why would they want to go? Because there's better teams over there. That's why you would want to go. That's your logic is you don't want to play better teams.
If you're not winning in the conference that you win right now, why go to a harder conference?
Because the harder conference gonna give you more money. You're gonna get more money from the SEC. You can go way more money.
So we're gonna get way more money.
Get way more. Stop. Okay. All right. You know what, man? All right, guys. You good. Hey.
Like I'm saying, take care of business first. Then we can talk about moving to different
countries. I can talk about it when I want to talk about it.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, it's your show, bro. I love you. I'm signing off. I'm just telling you like it is, man. You telling me how it is with you. You can't say
all right, let me ask the fans.
No,
everybody in the chat right now. Everybody in the chat.
I'm about to, bro. It was you asking them now, but it was a whole bunch that was agreeing with me, and you wasn't showing any of them. But you
I haven't been any comment for the longest. So when I have these conversations, I let them talk in the chat. And I go back and check on it.
All right, this is why. I love you, my brother. I love to agree to disagree with you. So we're gonna agree to disagree right now by taking me a shot of Black Jack. Start taking me a shot of my gentleman Jack. I'm about to take a shot of Jimmy Jack. You know what I'm saying? Sit back, and I'm off Facebook suspension. I'm finally off Facebook suspension after my 30 days of calling a white boy. I got see. Hey, you know that. On a funny note, you know that Facebook, the bounty hunters on Facebook, they're white doing the black dude.
Say what?
They be doing like the catching people cheating and all that shit there, whatever. Having in there, it's like that stage room with a tall black dude kind of and a little short white dude. They're on Facebook all the time. It's some type of little bounty hunt show or whatever. Well, the little short white dude always acting real tough. He always pulling his tails out on people, cursing people. I beat you. So I'm looking at one of the videos, and I said, man, I would whoop that little white boy ass, man, if they suspended me for 30 days because said hate speech, racial hate. Now I don't know his name, so I didn't know white boy was a racial slur. So they suspended me for a racial. That's what I got suspended for.
Man,
I didn't know saying white guy.
Facebook sensitive as hell.
I didn't know because I didn't know his name. I still don't know his name. So if I said the black guy, so me being black, would that have been me being racist too? I don't know neither one of their names. I don't even know the name of the show. I just catch the clips every now and then. But it's some show. It's some fake dog the bounty hunter show. It's a new age, some fake show. They be reporting calls, all kind of crazy shit. I swear the shit looks every part of it looks staged as hell. But the little guy just be acting so tough, man. He be barking. He be like a little shih tzu or something. Nah, I beat that up. But I'm finally off my 30-day Facebook suspension.
Is his name Patty Mayo?
I don't know. Have you ever seen the show?
It's the dude named Patty Mayo and a black tall dude. They got a show together. And it's on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, but I be seeing it on Facebook all the time.
Yeah, the tall dark dude, the tall black dude, he do the cheating thing and the repos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Patty Mayo do the bounty hunter stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Patty Mayo. Yeah.
Yeah, you see how he be real reckless, right?
Yeah.
He be real. So I said I beat the little guy, ain't know his name. So next time I gotta say I beat Patty Mayo ass. But then they might slip and say, I think I said mayonnaise and then suspend me because I said they suspend me for 30 days for saying I'm a white boy. I swear that you know when they suspend you or when you get flagged, they send you what you getting flagged for.
That's a smart young man right there.
What happened?
Young Jedi say if we join the SEC, we'll go 4-8, and the Miami fans will be like, we should go back to the ACC.
Now you see how everything he loving T2I loving.
Oh my God!
Because that's
you ain't even seen what I put up there for Jay Maiden Day. Amazing Day. They were definitely come in there.
T2I loving this, right? Because that's my young protege. That's my guy. So he loving my guy disagreeing with me because if you notice everything that my young guy disagreeing with me on. That's my young
man. The young man is a logical standpoint, though.
That's my young bull, and he's entitled to his own opinion. That's why I love him to death. That's why he's gonna be the baddest one out here. That's why he's gonna be the baddest one out here. At the same time, I will spank my little young bull any day of the week. You know what I'm saying? I'll spank my little young bull to give him a history lesson and some knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's his opinion. Like I'm not upset with that. Just like I'm not upset with yours. The difference is he's not an ultimate pessimist about it. He's not an ultimate pessimist.
I'm giving you my standpoint
when he and I have a conversation, we disagree on a lot of things. The difference is he actually listens though. You just be a pessimist.
All I'm saying is I got a logical standpoint. I got my opinions and my feelings, but I know what's right. I can't tell the ACC no, Notre Dame shouldn't play Clemson, and they're gonna listen to me. They're gonna say, "Oh, you Miami fan, you want us to take Notre Dame out so I can play?"
Listen. It's not about that, T2I. But I don't even want to get back into this no more. Like, I don't want to get back into this no more. It's like you saying your hair longer than mine. It's like you saying your hair longer than mine. That's a losing battle.
It's like
you saying your hair.
Y'all, please don't start that one. Please don't start that one.
No, all they're gonna do is pull that one hair down. The one hair that's out of the You're gonna pull that one down, pull it out nose. Same thing you doing last year. Same thing you're doing last year this time right here, pulling that one hair. And that one hair still in the same damn spot.
But speaking about Miami history, as far as like playing better teams, it always been iron sharper iron for Miami when we played Independence or Big East. So we always look forward to playing like a Nebraska when they were at the top of their game. So as far as moving to like the ACC, that would benefit us because you see how we play down to our opponents now. Like if we play in the ACC, we have to be on point every week instead of sitting there. Well, we playing a dude. They ain't nothing. We playing to this. Okay, we can play down to the teller. That's how we lost against FIU and stuff like that because we so used to playing these sorry teams. And we played against teams that's great or good. Let them have us on point every week. They have
every week.
every week like we used to do back in the days. That was iron sharper iron.
Oh my God. Thank you. I'm out on that one. Hey, love you, bro. I'm out on that one. I'm out.
All right,
Co-host. The greatest co-host in all of college sports. I'm out on that one, man. You just and I can't say nothing. Use every word. I can't say nothing. Young Jedi, you just got schooled. I'm out.
I get what Zoe's saying, but
Yeah,
like
it just
I said, I look at it from a logical standpoint. Why would Miami leave the ACC right now? Do we have a reason to leave the ACC right now? Are we dominating the ACC to where there's no competition, so we're going to leave? No. So I don't see no reason for Miami to break their contract till 2035 to get up out of the ACC. Where would we go right now?
from a financial standpoint, no, I wouldn't do it. But like far as getting these players to actually realize that they need to take every game seriously, yes, we need to leave because we don't got comfortable. We don't get comfortable
Is it
playing against certain
the ACC?
teams.
Is it the ACC fault that Miami's getting, into that mood where they want to play down the competition? Is it the ACC fault?
No,
Or
I
is
wouldn't
it
blame. No,
Miami?
I wouldn't blame. I wouldn't blame AC about that. No, that's on the university in the program.
Think about it. We go over to the SEC and we start playing down the competition like Vandy, or start playing down the Missouri or the shit list teams in the SEC. We start playing down to their competition level. Is that the SEC fault now, or is that a Miami problem?
This is the Miami problem, hands down.
That's what I'm saying. That's
What?
what I'm trying to tell Zoe
What?
logically.
Yeah, but what he's saying is, if we had the opportunity to know that if we had like let's say for instance,
Exactly, Berg. Exactly. The ACC didn't lose the FIU. We did.
yeah, I ain't disagreeing about what you're saying at all. I'm just saying what he's saying is that we had more of a competition and more of a conference that has more, how can I say it, more power to it. Then after that, we'll probably be sharpening iron and iron rather than sitting there taking on
Okay.
these
Okay,
other
but look
teams.
at it this way: the teams that's in the ACC that we're supposed to be picking on, start picking on them. Start beating the brakes off them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Give,
I don't,
give
I agree
Miami,
with that.
give Miami a reason to leave the ACC now. You see, that's the conversation they're having for Clemson right now. Oh, Clemson beating everybody in the SEC. There's no competition. They should leave. They should go to the SEC. Why are they not saying that about us? Because we play down to competition. When we supposed to blow teams out like we did Duke yesterday, in the past, we don't do that. We have not been good in the ACC. As
No,
Miami fans, we know that and we can accept that. But to say leave the ACC, go to the SEC, or go to any other conference, why? Why? Somebody tell me why.
you saying conquer ACC first, then consider the SEC later.
Conquer where you at. Play where you at. Beat the teams where you at. When we are a favorite by 14, 15 points, win by that 14, 15 points or even more. Blow teams out.
It's
And
a
then,
balance.
then talk about moving out of the conference.
I'm
But
saying it's
right
about
now, ACC teams in this conference has been beating us.
yeah,
We beat Duke yesterday 48-0. The last 2 seasons in a row, they've been ass and they beat us.
yeah, facts.
So it is what it is.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's
As say I'm the Miami Hurricane version of Sergeant AR-10. I'm just speaking it like it is. I'm speaking it logics. I'm speaking for what every Miami Hurricane fans can see. If anybody disagree with me, they can disagree with me. I'm not going to say that I'm totally right. I'm speaking logically. There's feelings involved in this. As Miami fans, as a Miami fan, I want to see us. I came into the ACC chant. I came into the ACC conference thinking we're going to blow out everybody in here. They all trash. And look where we at right now. I'm pretty sure when we joined the ACC as a fan, CJ, you probably can agree. You thought we were going to blow out all these teams in here because they was trash.
I'm talking about when we first came to ACC.
When we first
Or you
came in.
talking when we first came in, or like now?
When we first came in here, did you not think we're going to start blowing these teams out and continue to win like we was doing?
You talking about when we first got in the
When we
conference?
first got in this conference.
Shit, not the way we were going down at that time.
We
I ain't
came
gonna say
in
we're gonna. I ain't gonna say we're gonna
2004.
blow, but I felt like we should have win.
We
We should
came
have
in
been
here
winning.
in 2004. We had talent on our team. We
Yeah.
had probably one of the most talented team in the conference.
Yeah, but the coaching wasn't all there either.
We had our coaching issues throughout the year. I'm a Miami
It,
Hurricane fan that knows that and can admit that
yeah.
and seen that. We had sanctions. We had
We had a lot of
problems.
stuff.
You name it.
But see, that's
We had all that.
But this thing about that equates to the situation of why we at where we at now too.
Okay,
Because of all that stuff.
right now we in a good position. Let's build off of it and keep moving.
I ain't gonna say
But
good. I
to
said
leave the ACC right now when we haven't done anything in it does not make no sense.
We had a decent position. I'm not gonna say good, but we had a decent position.
We're in a good position right now. I could say we're in a good position. If this whole playoff thing didn't happen, if this whole Notre Dame thing didn't happen, we're playing in the ACC championship. We're in a good position. Unfortunately, like I said, I'm salty just as much as everybody else that we're not playing in it. We should have stuck it to Notre Dame when they came in. We should have made sure that Miami was on their schedule. We can't do nothing about it. We could talk as fans. That's what I'm telling you. As fans, we could get together and say, you know what, this ain't right. But if we go to the ACC and talk to them right now, what they gonna do?
They're gonna look at it. They're gonna look at
the championship is being played, whether or not we like it or not.
They're gonna sit there and look at it like y'all just salty because of the reason. But at the same time, I get what Zoe's saying. Cause like I ain't gonna say it's gonna be a change at this moment, just like that. But it might benefit down the line.
Let me ask you this one question. If we beat Clemson, will we have this conversation right now?
Not at all. Whatsoever.
Exactly. Will we care? Will we care if Clemson get left out and we got in there?
Not at all.
If it was Miami versus Notre Dame, Clemson with one loss and Notre Dame left Clemson out, will we even care as Miami fans? If Clemson wanted to go to the ACC and talk to them about that, we wouldn't care because we're in there. That's the same thing Clemson and the rest of the league gonna look at it like, why should we go fight for Miami to get in the ACC championship? We don't care. You got to look at it from a logical standpoint. We are fans. We got feelings. But at the end of the day, they're not going to change their rules and regulations because of our feelings. And if we go in there now and beg them to get Notre Dame out, then it's not going to happen. And guess what? Notre Dame's not going to be here next season to even care.
I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't disagree if Notre Dame came in and they stayed with the conference. That way, I wouldn't disagree with. If they would have stayed, they should. That's why ACC should have had a contract where they had them staying in the ACC rather than them just coming in for one season. That's on the ACC fault for that one.
so crazy, bro. They say it's your fault Notre Dame came to the ACC. Oh man. I mean, if I had my way, Notre Dame would have played Miami. I wanted that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, as far as them just being on the schedule, that'll be something different.
And like I said, me and you was having a show where we was talking about this before the schedule even started and all of that. I told y'all I wanted Notre Dame. I wanted Miami to play Notre Dame. When Notre Dame didn't have Miami on their schedule, I didn't care nothing about Notre Dame no more. I just stayed my focus on the teams that Miami played. We lost to Clemson, and that's what killed us.
I remember when you told me that they put Notre Dame on in the ACC, and I was like, "Oh, that makes sense." I mean, I'm thinking they're gonna stay in the conference. That's why I say that because they basketball team and all the other sports in ACC.
Listen, Brian Kelly laughed at us. Brian Kelly laughed at the ACC when they put us in. When they put Notre Dame in there, and they was having conversation about maybe they stay in. Brian Kelly laughed at the ACC.
Well, that's on the ACC, man.
You got Feinbaum, you got Herb Street, you got all those guys, you got Lee Corso, everybody tuned in on this. And they said the ACC is basically bending over for Notre Dame for this one season, just for that NBC money. They bend over for them. They could have stuck it to them and make them stay in this conference as a football team. They in this conference as in every single sport other than football. We could have stuck it to them. We could have made them join or go find you a schedule. Go find your schedule somewhere else. No, you're not getting 5-6 games like you normally do. No, you're not joining unless you joining completely. That was the terms that the ACC commissioner should have went with. He didn't. He's like, hey, one season only. We'll get half of NBC money from Notre Dame. What is that going to do in a season when there's hardly no fans in the damn stands anyway? You're not making no damn money. You getting the TV deals, big deal, but the fans ain't making no money. If Notre Dame come to Miami right now to play, there's going to be like, what, 20% fans in the stands? They not making no money. Like I said, right now we at the point where us talking about Notre Dame playing in the SEC championship ain't gonna change it. It's not. Next week, Miami play North Carolina. Is we gonna schedule Notre Dame? The ACC championship on the 19th. Is Notre Dame gonna back out of the ACC championship to play Miami? They not. We just got to move on. It's so cool. I don't blame the ACC. I blame T2 to the motherfucking why Notre Dame came into this conference. Love you, my bro. Like I'm telling y'all, man, I can only be real about this. I can only tell y'all my feelings. Like I said, half the time I could be wrong, I could be right, but I'm just looking at it logically and what's going on and what's happening. Now, if I tell you my feelings on things, then okay, but my feelings ain't gonna change nothing.
Yeah,
Miami should be in the ACC championship. I think we should have played Notre Dame this season. Didn't work out that way. We got 2 weeks off where we didn't play. Well, 3 weeks where we didn't play nobody. Notre Dame only played 10 games. Notre Dame could have been on our schedule. I already made my video ranting about that. But at the end of the day, it didn't change nothing. If we go to the ACC right now as a collective whole, the whole entire Miami Hurricane fan base, we're going to be on our own. North Carolina fans not going to go in there with us. We beat them. They don't have a chance of going to the ACC championship. They could care less who's in there. And so is the rest of the team. The only team that probably would follow us in there to that conference is Pitt, because their coach actually spoke out about it. I didn't hear Manny Diaz say a word. I didn't hear nobody said nothing other than that Pitt coach.
The only thing I say about that is if the damn program ain't worried about it, I ain't worried about it.
I'm telling you, man, ain't nothing we could do. The ACC championship is in 2 weeks. It's gonna happen. Notre Dame and Clemson. Grab y'all popcorn.
This won't be the first time we got cheated out of something.
Hold on, Zoe would have come back here. Zoe, I'm gonna let you speak. I ain't even gonna say a word. I already spoke my piece. The link in the chat.
For sure. I'm good.
Man, Chris F. Feinbaum. Boom, whatever his name is. Brian, Braun, Paul, whatever his name is. The floor is yours, though.
Man, did you just, the only reason I want it back in? CJ, you know the only reason I want it back in? One reason. There's only one reason I want it back in. You just said that Lee Corso and all of them are laughing at the ACC and told the ACC that Notre Dame stuck. I said it before that.
We all said that. When they let Notre Dame in, we said that. Everybody said that.
You was hoping and praying that we played Notre Dame, and I said that they were going to stick it to us before we even played them, and before they even came in. And when they came in, I said they stuck it to the ACC. I said that day one. Lee Corso was late to the party. Don't get them my credit, man. Don't do that to Lee Corso. Don't make enough money. I said it before they even got in.
All I said was everybody said it. Everybody. Even
but
those guys.
you mentioned specific names who said it late.
Yeah, even those guys, because I heard and seen I seen them say
I
it.
know, but I said I told you this was
So
going to happen.
me and you particularly been saying that. I've been saying if they come in, I want them to play Miami. That's what I said.
Know,
You didn't want them
it
here at all, and I understood that.
I knew it wasn't going to happen. That's why I knew they weren't going to. Did you see 2017? Do you remember 2017?
Of course.
Do you think they didn't want a rematch? They didn't want that. They wanted to play. They knew they had to play one tough game, so they picked Clemson, and that was it. That was it. That they picked Clemson, and that was it. As a matter of fact, them and Clemson were already scheduled to play before the pandemic. They were already scheduled to play. Even if they weren't in the conference, they were already scheduled to play Clemson. So that game was already scheduled before the pandemic. That game was already scheduled 3 years ago for this year. So they came in and made up the rest of their schedule. They came in and handpicked every single team they wanted. They didn't even handpick Clemson because that game was already on the schedule. Like that game was already.
I'm trying to see what's going on with Orange and Green Blood and Trucker.
Oh hell! I ain't even got my other phone on me. He's in the kitchen. No, I do got it on. He's in my pocket. That's all I'm saying. I knew. Listen. I knew that was gonna happen, man. They didn't want another one of those, man. They didn't want another one of those. They didn't want no more problems, man. They ain't want no more problems, man. They ain't want no more problems. That's why they did what they did. That's why they did what they did. And I have no respect. The ACC is definitely like it's beyond me. It's beyond me. What happened with Orange and Green? But I'm trying to see too.
Oh no.
Leon said OGB. What happened?
I think they're going at it.
Orange and Green Blood laughed at somebody. I'm trying to look at it too. I don't see. Scorpio King, OGB.
Somebody say
real bro. The man didn't get disrespectful. Who are you talking about? Didn't get disrespectful. Dude calling people for fool. Yeah, when you call somebody a fool, that is disrespectful. You can't call people fool. You can't call people out of their names, man. Like, you see how me? Do y'all see how me and TCY respectfully just disagree with each other? Like without calling somebody out their name. He didn't call me stupid. I ain't call him a fool. Like you cannot. That is disrespectful. Calling somebody a fool is being
so Orange, not Orange and Green. Florida Trucker says sitting fifth and outside looking in the playoffs, and Manny would never do anything close to Jimbo in his career. Fool.
Yeah, that's disrespectful. You can't call somebody a fool. That's disrespectful. Calling somebody out their name.
Manny is trash and will never duplicate Jimbo. And Clemson and get smoked by Clemson again. So that's where it started at.
Hurricane Chris said T2Y hair is still longer than yours, and my hair is longer than yours, Hurricane Chris. If you put everybody in your family together, my hair longer than all of theirs combined. You put all y'all hair together.
Man, we not doing that.
If you put Hurricane Chris, if you put everybody in your family hair together, everybody, your whole family, I'm talking about the whole generation, and you put all the hair and sew it together, my hair still longer.
Florida Trucker don't call nobody a fool, man. And y'all keep it civil. That's crazy.
Hurricane Chris want to talk. Hurricane Chris, and you got your name from me. I birthed you, son. Stop playing with me. Why young Jedi going at me for? Young Jedi going at me off. He gonna make me get on some smoke. Young Jedi, I'm
trying to tell him, Young Jedi, that pool game ain't no joke.
That what?
That pool game, when you pull it, it shows.
No, it don't. No, it don't. No. He ain't talking about your hair. He said
Man,
his hair.
tell young Jedi to pull it, and you see how far it is.
Bro, the pool game. The pool game is bull. That you telling me you got to pull on your shit? Young Jedi ain't got to pull on his.
I told you, my hair.
Young Jedi got more hair than me, bro. You got one strand. You got one. You won't even take.
When I saw Young Jedi,
hey, CJ.
Okay, so it's long.
CJ. Hey, CJ.
Sounds longer than I thought.
Ask him to take it out. Ask him to take it out that pine cone. Ask him to take it out that man bun. Just take it out the man bun.
I ain't getting y'all hair below.
Listen, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
You know what it is, bro? He like he's like when them girls say he got shrinkage.
Like I've been to.
It's like, bro, like I said,
my hair,
listen to me. Listen to me. CJ, listen to me.
I pull my hair out right now.
CJ, look at me, CJ. CJ, look at me, CJ. You see this? You see this?
Yeah.
I'm not him.
Let me ask.
I'm not him. I'm not pulling. No, like I don't even have no hair I don't even have one in the front to pull. Like, I don't have one in the front.
Now let me ask you this, CJ.
Yeah.
If I take my front hair out right now, right?
I'm not pulling.
And I let it down. If I try to let it down right now, it's been sitting in this ponytail since last night. Guess what it's gonna do? It's gonna stick up until it drop down.
Mine longer than yours on limp. Mine longer than yours on limp. You got to take Viagra and pull on yours. Mine longer than yours on limp.
You ain't got to pull yours. Exactly how long yours is.
Mine longer than yours on limp.
But if I pull mine,
you got to pull it. You need Cialis. You need Viagra. You got to pull on it.
Now let me tell y'all. You see the way his little hair hang to the side like that? When he does his hair, it's trained to do that. It's trained to lay down. My hair is trained to lay down.
No.
Something ain't right with that, man. That man needs Cialis, Viagra, and he got to pull on it.
My hair
ain't he only like 28.
When my girl do my hair,
oh my God.
She let it to go back to the
listen, man. Listen, bro. It's like you gotta stand on tippy toes to be taller than somebody. I'm taller than you. I'm on my tippy toes. Like your head, bro. Let it down. Take it out that butt.
I'm with you on that, Chris. Get a ruler.
Just take it out the bun so we can see what it looked like. And at least.
I already told you it's gonna stick up.
I've never seen it out the bun. I've never seen it out.
It's gonna stick up. It's gonna stick up.
CJ, have you ever seen this outside of that bun?
It's gonna stick up.
No. Have you ever seen this outside? I've never seen this outside of that bun. I mean, you would be easy. You would be easy to catch on America's Most Wanted. Like for real, because like all they gonna do is go find that dude.
DJ, now listen to what I'm saying. If I take my hair out right now, guess what? It's not gonna do what Zoe's gonna do and just drop to the side. It's gonna stick up. It's doing the ponytail, and my hair has been braided to where it's supposed to go up.
If your hair was longer, right? You would have at least done it by now. You know what? But you know what? I'm gonna prove so long. I'm gonna let my hair down for a couple of weeks, and I'm gonna show them. So you ain't like.
Why would I want to do that?
I told you I was gonna pass you. I'm talking smoke because I smoked you, and you got to pull on your hair. You got to pull on it.
Why would I want to let my hair down?
You was pulling on it this time last year. You was pulling on it this time last year.
Why would I want to let my hair down when I'm in South Florida where the little bit of wind blows, it'll hit me right in my face?
You still pulling that one string. That one string you still pulling on. Like, for real. That one, that's a string. It's skinny as hell. That string is like, is that anorexic? That shit on a diet.
I'm with you on that, James. I'm with that Hurricane Millie, man.
That shit's on a diet. That shit's on a diet. That one hair string is on a diet. That's the only one he pulled.
I'm going to explain this for the chat one time and one time only. Right? My hair been in a ponytail for weeks.
My hair been for years.
When my girl do my hair, she don't put my hair to the sides for it to lay down. She plans for it to go up. So when I take it out of a ponytail, guess what it's going to do? It's going to stick up. It's not going to fall to the side like Zozone.
Well, let it lay to the side for a couple of days.
It don't fall to the side.
Well,
I don't want it to fall to the side.
Your hair short.
Because I naturally want it in a ponytail.
Why? Your hair got shrinkage. Oh, you know
and the way I see it too is if I let it down to the sides, it's just gonna be hitting me in my face all the time.
My hair's pulled back all week long in the ponytail. All week long. Cause I'm at work.
Bro,
My
your hair is heavy.
Longer than yours. And heavy.
Your hair is heavy.
So it lays
My
down.
hair is light.
You're right. Your hair's anorexic.
Your hair is heavy. And mine is light.
That's right. Your hair's anorexic.
Yours was done to lay down. Mine was done to stand up.
Well, yours was done just sit there and pose.
Now when I pull it, that's when you see the real length.
Hey, CJ, he said do a prison pose.
That's when you see the real length. If I pull my hair, you see the real length.
He said do a prison pose. It's been stuck in that prison pose for 6 years.
Oh Lord.
Your hair pulled in my beard.
Pull that front hair down.
I don't have one up front. I have none. Look, my front is crazy. I have none.
We can't see
that. You gotta
I want to keep my hairline. I don't have none up front. So when I break my back, I didn't do it.
Mine's and yours is different. Mine's go back and yours go down.
No. I have none up here. But still, the ones on your side ain't got no left to them.
Let me show you something, though. Let me show you. Look. You see what that does?
Again. Let it go. Let it go now. Let it go.
You see what that does?
Let it go. Let it go.
Right?
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Don't touch it. Let it go.
It's
Move your hand. Move your hand. Exactly. Shrink it. You pulling on it.
My hair is naturally standing up. Because it was braided. When my girl braided, she braided it like that. For it to go back.
You're right. Your hair longer.
Now when you pull it down,
I ain't got to.
The real length.
I ain't got to. Mine touching my shoulders. I ain't got to touching my shoulders.
You know what? Just for you. The next time she do it, I'm gonna tell her to bring it down to the side.
I ain't got to pull on it. I let the ladies pull on it, touching my shoulders.
That's what I'm gonna do. Next time when I get my girl to do it again, I'm gonna have her braided to the sides.
I ain't got to pull
braided to the sides.
I ain't got to pull on it.
And then all week I'm gonna regret it when my hair hit me in my face.
I ain't got to pull on it. I ain't got to pull on it.
You see that? It don't drop. You see that?
I ain't got to pull on it. Look at that.
You see that? It don't drop. So it don't drop. It don't drop. Y'all see that, right? I took it out the ponytail. It don't drop. It do not.
Because it ain't nothing now. You got like 5 braids, man.
It do not drop. That's what I'm trying to tell him. It don't drop to the side.
You got like 5 braids, man.
What do y'all got? So what do y'all got? What do y'all got dreads and what do y'all got braids? Well,
exactly. Mine's is braided into a ponytail.
Okay, so there's gonna be different. They're gonna be different hanging.
Where it hangs down to the side. That's
so stop saying you have longer than mine.
It is longer.
It's shrinkage. That's shrinkage.
No, it's still longer than yours.
How if you got to pull on it?
My hair. It don't matter if I got to pull it or not.
It do. Hey,
if I look my hair,
that's the one. If you dating a girl, right? See, if you dating a girl, right? And you dating 2 different girls, right? And one girl here lays all the way to her shoulders, right? And the other girl kind of bald head, but when she pull her hair lays on her shoulders too. But she got to pull on it.
Okay. So you talking about female now? I gotta ask this question: is that her real hair or is that her fake hair?
That's a real hair.
Real hair. Okay, that's the difference.
All right, CJ, we got a question for you. Blood, I'll say, are you still on the Perry train?
Yeah,
I'm about to grab me something to eat, man.
Don't go over Caesar. Don't be trying to run when it comes to that Perry question. So I'm gonna call you out on this one. So you ain't slick, bro. You is not for the run for this question. You is not for the run for this question.
Stop right the one asking me. I thought it was supposed to you.
No, but see, every time that question come up about anything about periods, don't want to haul air. No haul air now. No haul air now.
You gonna call me out like that?
When I come on your live, so if somebody say something about period, I'm not gonna talk about period. Hey, we ain't on your live tonight, brother. We on this live here, so we gonna talk about period tonight. I'm definitely still on the period train. That's not even a question. But I just think
that's Perry job next season. If King don't come back, that's Perry job.
I just think that
I'm riding with Perry too. Not just because I'm a Perry fan, but because Perry has been loyal and dedicated, and he's been willing to learn. And De'Aaron King can tell you he's the first one in the building with him. He's the last one to leave with him. So I just want to see the young man win. That's all I just want to see. He putting in the work. I just want to see the young man win. That's all. I mean, he's been loyal to Miami. He's been loyal to the University of Miami.
Young Jedi say I'm not on the Perry train, but I like Perry. Cool dude. But I think King will come back, and the next year Garcia or Tyler Van Dyke would start.
I just think what he did this past game against Duke, when he should have threw it away rather than taking that sack, that's gonna hurt him far as when it comes to Manny Diaz, judging making them kind of calls next season. Like if he should have made them kind of calls.
That's why I say. I mean, like I say, man, I don't want to get like, I just don't want to get too. I tell you what, man. On some real shit. When people start anointing other quarterbacks, man, like we've gotten all these quarterbacks and everything, and they anointed them, and they've all disappointed them. Like Jaron Williams disappointed them. Tate Martell disappointed them. Like, but the fans keep for some reason shitting on Perry. I don't get it, because every quarterback that y'all wanted, y'all got, and they disappointed y'all. All of them. Like, ain't none of the quarterbacks y'all got besides De'Aaron King beat Florida State. Perry beat them twice. Like, but at the end of the day, then you still going shit on a guy, and all the other quarterbacks have disappointed you. I'm gonna tell you like this here, man. We might have bad luck on quarterbacks. I'm just being honest with you. We might have bad luck on quarterback just because of the way we do on one quarterback for the next 20 years. Just being straight up honest with you, because karma's a bitch, bro. Karma's a bitch, and it'll really come back and get you. And the way Hurricane fans do Perry, man, the way they do Perry is to me is like you want somebody to be loyal. You want somebody to like be that dude and be a stand-up dude and atone for his mistakes and whatever he's done, all that, but he can never do right by a Hurricane fan, bro. Never, ever do right by a Hurricane fan, and that's why he gonna make it in life, because he know what it like to be shitted on for so long by the people that's supposed to love him. That's why he gonna make it in life. Everybody's so miserable in their lives that they just want to shit on this young man. So I root for him just for he the only quarterback on that team with that U tatted on him. Like, he really bleed this shit, and the Hurricane fans shit on him, bro. I don't get it. That's why I don't like talking about it, because I just don't get it, bro. I don't get how you continue. I don't get how you can. He is by far the most shit on Hurricane player I can remember in my lifetime. In my lifetime.
I agree.
And the most loyal. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. So every Hurricane fan that shit on him, hope you have a rotten life.
Yeah, Jack says Perry and just like ain't black man was effort.
Yeah.
Maybe he need to go somewhere else and just show them what they were missing.
You know what though? You know, and I'm all for that, man. And wherever you go, I'm riding with him. I could listen here, man. I'm dead ass serious. And this, you can quote me on this. The one time I will root against Miami is if Perry's on another team playing against Miami.
Facts.
I'm telling you this. You can quote me on that. I will root for I will root that he destroy us. That's what I will root for. I'm telling you this. You can quote it, stamp it, send it to anybody who is not a real Hurricane fan. Stamp it, quote it, whatever. The one time I will root against Miami is if Perry went to whatever team he went to and beat our ass.
I'll ride along with you on that one.
Yeah, Vince says Perry need to pull a Arnold Brown transfer and prosper.
Bro, it just, it's just why I don't like talking about it, because the shit disappoints me, man. Like we get in here, we joke, you know what I'm saying? We talk about, you know what I'm saying, hair and all this shit isn't fun. Like we do, man, teach you why I've been doing this shit for 2 years. Like this is all this shit isn't fun. You know what I'm saying? We talk about, but like we talk about this kid's life, man, and people shit on him like he hadn't been loyal to this school, to this program. Never threatened to transfer. Never threatened to put us in a bad predicament. Ever.
Yeah, the way I see it, at the end of the day, if Perry don't prosper from Miami, he gonna get a great degree. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, to me, like I said, next season King don't come back. That's Perry's job. And if they give it to Tyler Van Dyke or whoever, that just show you the loyalty Miami has for Perry.
There's no loyalty from the fan base, bro. His own the people that look like him hate him.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it, bro. I've never seen. You would think he was O.J. Simpson or something, or R. Kelly or some shit like that. You would think he really did some fucked up shit in his life. I don't get it. And you know what? This is why we always suck, because you know what we do? He's got it the worst, but we always look past. Just like what's going on this year. What's going on with Killer Cam? Everybody want to see the other running back. Everybody want to see the other running back. Nobody want to see Killer Cam. Everybody forgot about Killer Cam. And he made y'all remember. He made y'all remember.
That's a whole different situation.
I know it's not it's the same situation.
No.
Now Cam was out there on the field getting his game.
Can I finish, please? You can say your feelings on. I'm saying my feelings right here. All right. Everybody wanted to see Chaney though. Everybody wanted, because they seen a couple big runs by them, you know what I'm saying? So they want to see Chaney. They didn't want to see Killer no more. You know, Killer was in and running the ball and getting carries. He was dominating. As soon as they start benching him for the younger talent, not letting him get carries, he didn't get disgruntled, but he let the coaching staff know about it. He didn't get disgruntled, but he let the coaching staff know about it. Yesterday, he proved why he the best back on the team. Yesterday, he proved it again. You seen the vision, you seen the speed, you seen the power. He got every aspect of it. Them other running backs aren't ready yet, but everybody want to see them right now. They totally fuck Killer Cam.
Like I said, we've seen Killer Cam playing though, so it's not.
He
like
wasn't playing though. He wasn't really getting no. Bro, they put him. He wasn't getting no carries. He get like 1 or 2 carries and they pull him out.
I'd review them games and I'll see him run 15 times and only come.
No, he was not getting no 15 carries, no games. No, he was not getting no 15 carries.
Pull that up right now.
Go back and look at it. Go back and look at it.
Pull that up.
Go back. Go pull it up. Go pull it up. Bro, his carries got cut dramatically, bro.
Yeah, but when you look at him carrying the ball 15 times for 32 yards.
How many times did he do that? How many games did he do that?
He did that for 4 games straight.
How many games? Pull him up. 15 times for 32 yards. Pull that up. I want to see how many times he did that.
I'm gonna go through it right
now. I
now.
want to see how many times he did that, because when you put that out there, had that ready to show me that, because you just not gonna tell me something. I'm gonna believe it.
My thing would have called it Killer Cam. I just think he had an injury. I think he had an injury. He was just playing through it. That's all I feel like. The reason why he was performing like that.
He said he had a few games, 15 carries, 32 yards. I don't remember no few games like that. So you gotta show me that. You gotta show me that. I'm sorry, you gotta show me that. Because I don't remember seeing that. I don't remember that. I don't remember no few. I remember a bad game or two, but I remember him not even being able to get a rhythm either. And take running backs carries to get a rhythm. And they took carries away because they wanted to see the younger guys.
Who is that?
I'm saying, yeah, 15 carries, 32 yards. That's very specific. All right, you got to show me that, man. James? Whoa? I'm sitting here waiting for you to pull them up.
I'm gonna start with Clemson. I'm gonna show you all the way down to this last game.
Yeah. Nobody played good against Clemson though. But,
Cameron Harris versus Clemson. 8 carries, 3 yards.
Hey, guys, 8 carries, 3 yards versus Clemson. All right, now go ahead. First game of the season. Go ahead.
Versus Pitt. For 12 carries for 24 yards.
Okay.
And he was the one that ran the ball the most.
Okay. I got you. Okay. All right. And football, 12 carries is not a lot of carries.
He had the most carries out of anybody on the
team. He's supposed to, but my thing is, it's not a lot of carries, especially for a running back.
And versus Virginia, 8 carries, 8 yards.
8 carries, 8 yards. Give Virginia, okay. Uh-huh. And nobody was running good at all. Nobody was running good. And we knew nobody was running good. But they took carries away from him, bro.
But you see why they took carries away from him?
No, I don't.
They were right there and they were trying to figure out who was going to be the hot one. Who was going to get started.
I don't see why, because there's also games where he broke and play. And like I said, running backs need more than 10, 12, even 15 carries. Usually dominant running backs get. I've seen games where ETN didn't get no yards in the first half and dominated in the second half. I've seen games where we shut Delvin Cook down and for 3 quarters, he'd break loose 150 yards in the fourth. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, hey, what was the main thing? What was the main thing about Cam last year, CJ? Not how he started the game. He wore defenses down. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
He always wore defenses down.
Okay, so now versus North Carolina State, 15 carries for 62.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he's been getting them touches.
He's not 15, 12, 8, 10. That's not. If you think that's touches, I'm gonna let it alone.
And why did they stop giving them touches? Because he's not producing.
Okay. All right.
Versus Virginia Tech.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't think it wasn't because he's producing. I think he just was injured. He wasn't saying to anybody. He was just playing through it.
And not just that though. Not just that though. Like I said, he is second half running back, bro. He's been there. That's what he is.
Like I said, 14 for 63. Those are his numbers.
Okay. And his carries were taken way down. They were taken way down. All I'm saying is you're always looking for the next. You always looking for the next best thing, man. You always looking for the next.
They wouldn't put the next guys in if Cam was producing big numbers. They wouldn't.
Oh, you got 8 carries. You said that you going to produce big numbers on 8 carries? On 10 carries, going to produce big numbers on 10 carries? Like, what was the situation? A lot of them carries on 3rd. How many times? Hey, CJ, how many times we ran the ball on 3rd and long?
Not that many.
I mean, bro, you gotta look at the situation, man. Like, it's not just the rushes, the situational rushes. When are they rushing?
Let me ask you this. By the way that Cam was playing 3rd and longs, they would not run the ball with him.
Bro, they ain't run the ball. First of all, they didn't run the ball with not anybody. He said he was fumbling. How many fumbles he got in the year?
No, I didn't say he was fumbling.
I'm looking at somebody that said he was fumbling. How many fumbles he got in the year?
Well,
I think he fumbled one time last season.
Yeah,
1 or 2 times last season, but not this season.
Yeah, somebody said fumbling.
I will tell you like this. When I know one thing, I knew Cam something special when I seen him play at Georgia Tech when I was at the game. That guy was something special. When he healthy, ain't nobody fucking with him.
He hasn't fumbled this year.
He got people make shit up.
Yeah, he has not fumbled this season.
You see how people just make shit up? Like, people just make shit up. People just make shit up, bro. I mean, just make shit up. Like, hey, he needs like at the minimum 15 carries. That's the minimum, and that's still not enough. Like he a 20 carry, he a 20, 25 carry back, bro. That's what he is. He gets stronger as he goes. That's what he's always done. I watched him last year in the third and fourth quarter destroy teams, lay him down. First half he had 30 yards. Second half he had 120. But I mean, hey, it is what it is, man. People see what they want to see. They see what they want to see. They believe what they want to believe, and everything is about a certain number. And as long as we look at all this, we just look at stats and not at the games. We look at stats and we look at what plays are being called, stuff like that. We don't look at none of that. We just look at stats. We always gonna be blind to what's going on, bro. That's facts. You gotta look at what, bro. We just getting into this offense. Just getting into this offense. Run out of shotgun. Just learning this offense. New offense. Like shit. It's not like Derrick King was setting the world on fire the first 6 games of the season.
So damn, so
like for real. He went, but better not say that. Better not say that. Derrick King looked like hot garbage throwing deep balls the first 6 games of the season. But,
see, why you said that about that? See, why you said that about that?
Can't say that.
What about the deep ball?
Can't say it.
Bro, how many times have I talked about King not hitting on them deep balls?
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the deep ball joke y'all made earlier.
Couldn't throw deep balls and couldn't throw across the middle.
Oh no, it sounded bad when you said it, CJ, because you were talking about deep balls and dropping balls, and everybody was like,
he couldn't throw deep balls and he couldn't throw across the middle.
Yeah, in the beginning of the season, I even said that myself. King,
yeah, you did
deep balls, and then he went out and start hitting them.
Yeah, but it took
then we had receivers came out saying that it was mediocre.
It took like the 5th or 6th game of the season where he was missing on when he Cam didn't get that opportunity to keep missing on plays. He got benched he got benched. He didn't get that opportunity. You see how you put his stats up and said he wasn't putting up the numbers. See, he didn't get the opportunity like Derrick got. Derrick got the opportunity to play through it. Oh, but that's okay, right?
No,
that's okay, right?
It is what it is.
No, don't make no excuses for it. That's what you about to do. That's what you about to do.
It is what it is.
You got to make some excuses.
I ain't made no excuse for King when he weren't hitting them deep passes. I ain't made no excuse for him.
That's not what I'm saying. He got the chance to play through it, right?
Yeah, he's a quarterback.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
But if you got 4 running backs on your squad, and one of them ain't producing, you gonna try the other one. That's what happened.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So you my running back. I put you out there for 4 plays straight, and you brought me back negative 2 yards.
I've coached before. I coached for 6 years. I'm running. I know 6 plays is for a workhorse. You're not even getting started.
A running back 6 plays. A running back 6 plays. You bring me back 8 yards.
If you know,
I'm gonna try somebody else.
You know your personnel. You know how many touches he needs. That's what they. Okay, all right, you're right. Again, you're right again.
My thing is why they put Don Chaney and why they put Knighton
in. I've never bowed out this many times in my life.
I know why they put Don Chaney in. I know why they put Knighton in.
I am talking to the Miami Hurricane version of AR-10. I'm telling you, I am talking to the Miami version.
I watch the same game.
He has an answer for every single thing. Like, I am talking to the Miami Hurricanes version. This is why you ain't gonna take it along so well. Because both of y'all, boy. I mean, if y'all were just in the dark and ain't nobody know y'all voices, Y'all were talking, but they were like, boy, this was just like.
Like I told you,
AR10,
I watch the games, and then the next morning I break down all the numbers.
You AR10,
so I see it for what it is.
You AR10.
I don't have. That's my thing is I don't have no feelings for none of the players like that. I judge them all the same.
CJ, don't you sound like AR10?
I ain't even gonna get in that word.
Like I said, I judge all of them the same. I don't have a favorite.
That man sound like AR10, man. I'm sorry, man.
So when you start picking players as your favorite, you don't judge them the same as you judge the other players.
Oh yeah. How you doing? How you? So you say everybody?
Killer Cam is your favorite running back.
No, he's not my favorite player.
I didn't say favorite player. I'm talking about running back wise.
First off, I'm a Kane first, bro. Through and through. I'm a Kane first. When Jaron Williams won the starting quarterback position, I rode with Jay Will last year. All right?
That's what I do. When Cam in the game, I root for Cam.
Listen to me. He's gonna tell me who I am. Like, listen, man. I want to win chips, bro. See, I seen 5 of them. You seen 1. I seen 5 of them. All 5. I was live for all 5. You know what I'm saying? I want to win chips. See, I remember when we had a running back stable. And if anybody got hurt, you couldn't have a favorite runner because anybody got hurt, whatever. The next guy came in, and you might not see the other guy again. So I remember when Frank Gore, probably one of the greatest running backs in Miami history, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, one of the greatest running backs in Miami history and NFL history, sat behind 3 other running backs. See what I'm saying? So I know this, but at the same time,
with me, though,
at the same time,
put the ball in their hand, I'm rooting for them.
I'm gonna finish. Remember the game? Remember the Ohio State game when he got hurt? Come on. Okay. Remember? He had some carries in the first half, right? We getting no yards. He's getting no yards, right? He kept feeding him. And in the third and fourth quarter, he started getting off. That's when they hurt him. Because they kept feeding him.
Okay, I understand that. Now listen to this.
They kept feeding him.
Listen to this. We got Cam, and we got Jalen, and we got and they all bring a different aspect to the running back position. So if you're running against a team that's stopping Cam, maybe you try out Don Chaney or bring in Jalen Knight.
Like I say, different coaches, different perspectives. All I know is, like I say, I just gave a perfect analogy, and you gonna argue with that? It is what it is.
When you rotate running backs, running backs like they've been doing, you're going to see the difference in teams.
Football or watch any type of football, coach football, no. You see running backs. Like I said, Delvin Cook never killed us in the first half. Always hit us in the fourth. Remember those games, CJ?
Yeah.
We have Delvin Cook shut off for 3 quarters and kept feeding him. 4th quarter, he killed us.
What they did with Delvin Cook? What they did with Dalvin Cook was get him in the passing game, and they couldn't get involved in running.
Exactly. Remember when Duke Johnson was having bad games? What did Al go and do? They kept feeding him, right?
They fed him and threw him in the flat, threw the ball in the flat. So
that's all I'm saying.
Duke Johnson was a different talent than a Cameron.
Like I said, the AR10.
Am I not telling the truth?
I'm giving different examples of different running backs, and you still, hey, this is my last time out. Love you guys, man. I'm out for this. I love you, man. You are not.
All I'm saying is Duke Johnson was a different talent. Cameron, you can't say Cameron is on a Duke Johnson level.
Hey, CJ, did I say that? CJ, did I say he was on
the situation is they put Cam in against certain teams that don't work out, and their younger guys are getting it done. The younger guys are getting it done. I like Cam, but at the end of the day,
he would have been Duke Johnson for a younger guy. He would have been Willis. He'd have been hey, he'd have gave 5 plays. If you ain't good at 5 plays, hey, if you ain't good at 5 plays.
CJ, all season, you've been saying this. Doesn't Cam look like he's injured to you? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I've been saying it the whole time y'all talking. I said he was injured. He was playing through the
Exactly.
injury.
So the younger guys are shining. And if Cameron is injured and not saying that he's injured, it's showing in his plays. He's
Yeah,
only averaging probably 2 yards a carry.
yeah, it was showing. That's why I say he should have set out.
Exactly. So me saying, let the younger guys get a chance is not saying that,
But you
bench
didn't.
Cameron Harris, rotate him.
But you didn't. But you
If
didn't throw in the injury part, bro.
you as a coach, if you as
You
a
didn't
coach,
throw.
if you as a coach put you rotating 3 running backs, right? You got Cam starting. He go out there. The first 4 runs he made, he picked up like 2 yards.
Yeah.
Then you put Jalen in his rotation, and he's picking up about 6, 7 yards. Then you put the other guy in, and he picking up 12 yards here. He's making runs for 6, 7 yards, 5 yards there. You're gonna keep rotating them, but you're gonna see who's hot and who's not. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, everybody got.
Like I said, I like Cam, but I'm not gonna show no favoritism to any players. I don't care how long they've been on the team. I want the hottest product on the field. If Cam go out there and have games like he's having yesterday, let's get it. But when he's not performing and the younger guys are performing, whoever's hot get the most carries. That's how we win games.
Are you referring that to just one position, or you talking about any
I'm
position on the
referring
field?
that to all positions.
Okay,
Linebackers too. Like I told you, if the linebackers going out there, they ain't showing no speed, no instinct to know where the ball at. Put somebody else in.
okay. So what about the quarterback position we play Clemson?
Quarterback, same thing.
So you do that? Okay.
Have you seen anything from De'Aaron King to make you want to switch him out the game?
That Clemson game.
Who you gonna put in? Aaron to
Shit,
come
you know
in and
what?
throw that interception, right? We saw that game.
I mean, he was only in for a drive, bro. You dominate. You try to dominate a question with a dictatorship, bro. You can't do that.
But
If you
when
gonna sit there
look,
and say you
now
can't
when
sit there
you
and
look
say
at
King done threw
go back,
two
I
interceptions in
want
the
you to go
Clemson
back
game.
and watch that Clemson game and tell me
He,
De'Aaron
he
King,
threw two interceptions in that game. Right or wrong?
right?
Okay, then he wasn't
Now
playing
go
good
back
that
and
game.
watch
Right or
that
wrong?
game and look at the decisions that Kings were making, and tell me Perry would have did way better.
We would never know because he never put him in for them minute out. I mean minutes or the game. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. You can't say it just because you saw one play.
All I'm saying, if you
If
put
you
Perry
gonna, if,
in
no,
that
if you go ahead and
position,
you gotta
if
have the
you
same
put
energy
Perry
with every
in that
position, bro.
position where he was not playing all season, but to go in there and start against Clemson, you think the score would have been 42-17?
You said rotating out if they ain't doing nothing, right? So if King ain't doing that good, then why not
Go back,
rotate him out?
CJ. Go back and watch the game. How many passes did we drop in that
Okay,
game?
then you should have rotated the wide receivers out as well.
Hey, rotate them.
That means you rotated quarterbacks too.
Well, you know what we found out about those wide receivers next week? Mediocre. Not going hard in practice. Wasn't being held accountable.
Well, I'm just saying if you're gonna rotate one position, because whoever got the high
Rotate
hand,
them all. They've
then
been
you
rotating positions
you gotta
all
rotate
year.
everyone.
They've been rotating positions all year.
Not every position.
But you're not gonna rotate. You know damn well you're not gonna rotate your quarterback as much as every other position.
We have in the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, and look what we got in the past 2 seasons.
Okay, that's for the same
Look
thing
where
for
we
running
at
back right now.
now, sticking with one quarterback versus 2 past seasons where we've been rotating quarterbacks in and out. Consistency. We got some consistency. If we know King can't make the passes downfield, but he hitting the short ones and we still winning games with him, they're not going to take him out. And if Perry comes in the last minute or 2 or whatever, and he's not producing nothing because they just give him to hand the ball off or 1 or 2 passes here and he don't look good because he's rusty, it is what it is. It's plain and simple. Consistency at quarterback. That's what we've been missing for a while. And you see the difference in our schedule. You see the difference in winning and losing games. Like I said,
It boils down to more
when
than
it
just
comes
that.
down to it, I'm not finna put no favoritism into it. I want the best product on the field. That's it.
Well, it ain't gonna be right now then.
Yeah, I don't care how many years you've been with Miami. If you ain't better than the next man, it's not fair to the next man. If I'm more talented than you, if I know the playbook better than you, if I'm a better player than you, period, put me in. Let me go out there.
So explain it. So explain the Christian Williams situation then. Why he had to transfer instead of them putting a better player in.
Christian Williams should have waited. Plain and simple. You see everybody getting rotated, right? Christian Williams should have waited just like everybody else. They're gonna start the guys
Well,
that they have confidence in because they seen them play before. They didn't have Christian Williams like that. But if
are they
Christian
rotating?
they would have rotated him and he could have go out there and prove himself and take a spot, earn a spot. A lot of these positions is wide open for competition. Manny is
the question? The question is
because you threatened to leave. If you want to leave Miami, leave. But we're not gonna.
The question is, but you gotta understand the question is that they wouldn't start rotating as heavily as they did if Christian Williams didn't transfer. Think about it.
They was heavily rotating every position, bro. Everyone except for quarterback.
So you tell me at the DB position, they didn't keep Ivy in even though he was messing up.
Dude, Ivy, as fans, y'all got to stop holding Ivy.
No, I'm not saying Ivy. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
You can't. You got to listen.
I'm just saying. You just said the hot hand. If Ivy ain't the hot hand on defense, then why not rotate him out there? If you're gonna talk running back, you're gonna do the same thing with DB.
When Ivy make one mistake, you can't do players like that. You gotta who you gonna rotate Ivy out for?
At that time, I would rotate Chris Williams for Ivy.
Because he made one mistake. What is you
he
telling
made more than one mistake. He made more than one mistake in the game. See, why this is what you just said about the running back position. You just said what's called wasn't producing that running back, right or wrong?
Yeah.
So if he wasn't producing,
how many attempts though?
Okay. And Ivy done did the same thing. He done blew coverage plenty of times in one game. So what's your point?
Ivy, my thing with Ivy is Ivy made one mistake when he turned his head around and everybody wanted him benched.
They took Blaze out when he messed up a couple of times. Why? What's so special about Ivy? I mean, why are you gonna rotate him out heavily then? Before Chris Williams wanted to transfer.
They take Blaze out after he made a couple of mistakes. They rotate Ivy out too.
I'm talking about the rotation. The rotation is heavier now.
Ivy because he made one mistake. If that's
the rotation,
the whole team.
The rotation is heavier now than it was before. That's what I'm saying. When Christian Williams transferred, they rotated them DBs heavier. They're doing it more often now than they did before he did that transfer. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's on Christian Williams. He should have been patient.
But if he didn't do that, then the players that get rotated in that one get a chance like that.
If Christian Williams came to practice, outshine DJ Ivy, outshine Al Blades, he would have been started.
I'm not talking about the starting role. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the most rotating.
If he would have been patient and waited his turn to be rotated in, because he didn't beat those guys out in practice, he would have been in play time. He could have had his time to prove himself. But guess what? He was impatient. He didn't want to wait. He wanted to start.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So you telling me right now that the rotation, how they doing it now, was how they were doing it before?
They've been rotating, bro. If he would have been patient, he would have got his time.
No, you answered my question. The rotation they have now, they rotating them DBs out like a motherfucker now. And was they doing that before Christian transfer or after?
Look at how many players are being out every week. That's why the rotation is so heavy. If Christian Williams was here, he would have been a part of the rotation. He would have been rotating in and out heavily right now, just the same.
Who would know?
Who would know? It's a thing that we'll never know right now.
That's my point. Who would know?
But my thing is rotating players in and out. If I give Cam the ball to run it 8 times and he bring me back 8 yards, and I rotate Chaney in and he go out there and run the same amount 8 times and bring me back 50 yards, who you want to put in? Who you want to run the ball in that position?
I just involve him in a different way until actually he show me a drop a ball from a pass or something like that. I change it up, play call.
And
I get him more involved.
they did that with Cam. They was very patient with Cam. They never gave up on Cam.
I ain't say they did. I just say he was injured. That's what I said. He was just injured.
Exactly. And I've heard you said that all year. So that's what I'm saying. I could say that Cam hasn't looked impressive like the other guys had did earlier on. But yet I never gave up on him.
No, it ain't how you it ain't saying how you said it wasn't when you talked to Zoe, you said that he wasn't producing. You didn't say he was injured and
He
he wasn't producing.
And I just
mean,
showed you that he wasn't producing.
Yeah, I'm saying he wasn't producing because of his injury. That's what you forgot to say. You didn't say he wasn't producing because of
The
injury.
reason I didn't say he wasn't producing because of injury, because me and you speculating that he got injured. Well, he ain't saying he's injured. He ain't showing no injury.
He ain't gonna tell.
They not telling us he injured. He not saying he's injured. Me and you just looking at it like we could tell that he injured.
Yeah,
what we thinking. We just thinking.
But you know already the reason why he ain't gonna say it.
Why is that? Let them know why he won't say he injured.
Because the fact is that if he miss a game or 2 or 3 and them other 2 boys show out, they're gonna take his spot. Hands down.
Point blank. Competition. It is what it is. Rotation. If they rotate Don Chaney and Jalen Knighton in, and Cam saw what they could do, if he's injured, he's not gonna say he injured because he knows. He sees what they doing. He see how they running.
But like I said, if he's that guy, he can get that starting spot back. After sitting out.
I saw them feed him the ball. I saw what he produced. I never gave up on Cam. I just think they need to work him to his strengths. That's it. Call plays that are to his strength.
Why he injured?
You see when they do that, you see what happens.
Well, you said why he injured. He's injured. I don't give a damn what nobody say that boy injured.
Like I said, that's what you speculating. He ain't say he injured.
No, he injured. He's not gonna clarify that he injured. He's not gonna clarify, but you got common sense. You got 20/20 vision. You can see that he was injured.
Man, like I said, he ain't said he injured. They ain't said he injured. Me and you could sit here and say he injured or think he injured, but at the end of the day, all we gonna get is whatever he put on the field. Yeah.
Basically, if it ain't verified, to you, basically, if it ain't verified, then it doesn't matter.
Hey, if Cam told me, you know what, I had a bad season, I didn't produce as what I wanted to produce because I was injured, I say I believe you, because I seen how you were running after the first couple games, and I seen how you took that hit against Louisville. But here, you didn't say you was injured. You was playing, you was starting. You was I just seen you run the ball on Duke like it didn't matter, like the Cam we saw in the beginning of the season. So if you tell me you was injured, I believe you.
But you know what? I think you saw more of a little bit healthier Duke Cam against Duke. I think he was more healthier then. That's why he was doing what he was doing.
Hey, he had what, 3 weeks?
Yeah, that's why I said he got a little bit healthier after the weeks, man. So I think that's why.
I don't think he was sitting on his butt for 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
No, He probably tried to get that leg right. You look at that. If you look at that play where he got hit in the leg, I don't forget what game it was. That man was injured. I mean, come on. You see a man damn near leg almost bit like Willis McGahee in the damn championship. Shit, that shit was fucked up.
Yeah, that's crazy. All I'm saying, though, put the best players on the field. Give Miami the best chance to win games. That's all we can do. That favoritism stuff, throw that shit out the window.
But tell Manny Diaz that shit, because he been doing that shit.
Manny Diaz, if you listening, throw that favoritism shit out the door.
Because you already know it been favoritism, because ever since Jerry Williams came and told him he would drop starting hell shit. You know that favoritism.
Yep. It is what it is, man. Anyway, we've been on this thing for about 4 hours now, man. I need to get off of here. My girl already looking at me funny, like, yeah, wrap it up.
Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up, man.
Ain't telling me to wrap that up, but okay.
Hey, why y'all make what I say funny? Y'all ain't say when Zoe saying something about deep balls and shit like that.
And I think Zoe just walked into that one. But anyways, y'all, thank y'all for coming through. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And, thank y'all for coming through as always. T to the Y, and I'm out.
Yep.